Yo.
Here. But for many teams, I don't think that we can call anyone contender or pretender anymore because there's been so many crazy things happening. So many crazy things happening that we cannot be sure about any that happens in EMEA anymore.
I feel like, agree, you can call anybody a contender, pretender. They could come out at any moment, but there is a lot riding on this match. Not just the fate of Gentlemen's or Team Liquid, but other teams in the league as well. So without further ado, let's get the show on the road and bring out Gentlemates and Team Liquid. Well, this entire week, it's felt like the universe wants Team Liquid to make playoffs as Yampy is jamming his way onto the stage. The most important task is now in their own hands. Kiko didn't deserve that, but if they want to make playoffs, they have to win. They have to win cleanly, they have to win dominantly, and they have to do it by themselves.
Today we have
on the other side of
Liquid
this, in order
Gentlemates.
for them to get to playoffs, they have to
And
take
then
down
the Turkish,
Gentlemates. These 5 players plus Existence
two
has
Turkish team.
already ruined Kiko, Enzo,
BBL
and
and
Mystic.
Foot.
They stopped them already in Berlin last year, stopping them from making VCT until Team Liquid picked them up. But of course, Gentlemates can also make playoffs. This really is a situation of do or die. And who better to lead these two than EMEA and Existence? I cannot wait to see what they have cooked up, because for those people that don't know Existence, this man does not sleep.
Oh, never. I'm surprised that he's not bringing in the papers today. Maybe he's got an iPad or something to
That's
just...
why it's scary, I think.
Yeah. It's scary because everything is in his head. And look at the eye contact that we're seeing right now. He's giving the exact words that his players need to know for today. They are hungry. They did it in the past. We've been talking about it. They just need to repeat it again.
I think it says a lot that when we saw the walk-ins, they came in with bow ties this time on top of the shirts too. So it's that confidence that's coming through. But Breeze is going to be taken out right off the gate alongside that Bind, which is pretty interesting. I don't think it's too much of a surprise.
They pick Lotus. It's Liquid.
Wait.
Yeah.
So did Team Liquid picks Lotus?
Yes.
I was thinking, yeah, the ice. I had in my prediction for the maps that it was Team Liquid that was going to pick that Lotus. That icebox. But it's actually Gentlemates that decide to pick it. But again, first map, Lotus, Gentlemates decides to start on the defense here. Definitely, probably prepared in Sunset. I think that it is a beautiful testing ground for them too. That was the pick that I had in my head, at least to see from Gentlemates. Maybe they expect Team Liquid to be prepared for what they did last week.
Just shoot the wall. Shoot the wall, break the wall, you'll be fine.
The problem is that the wall is never what you expect it to be.
I actually really wanted to see the Ascent come in between these two. I think that would have been fun, but also interesting here in the huddle, Ayaz Nats is the vocal one. He was the one kind of giving the talk, telling the boys what they need to do today, because of course, Ash, he wasn't there when they lost against Gentlemates. He's technically still fine.
But I love the fact that you're now looking at Nats to be almost like this emotional rock for Liquid as well, because he's going to be the one who's like, okay guys, we know what happened last time, but you can't get in your heads about this, and kind of bring the team back together in that kind of sense. I feel like we saw Enzo and Nats during some of the post-play interviews as well, talking about how they both had a lot of different ideas initially at the beginning of this season.
Yeah, let's talk about this Lotus real quick as we take a look at the agent select, because we're going to see some changes. How fun, he's on the wall!
I was gonna say, are we going back to that double duelist? Is the Phoenix going to be back? But no, isn't a tank on the wall again? Also very interesting to see none of these teams play the Viper here, so the space is going to be a lot more open and is actually going to favor all of those fights.
It really is. We're going to see a lot more forced fights over towards Rebel, over towards Mound to maintain that kind of control, because you don't have that opportunity to lurk in that kind of pressure. And now when we're also, again, going back towards the tank on that wall, I love that Gentlemates are throwing this wrench in against Team Liquid, because it's something that they can't go back and ante against. They're going to have to do it live.
Honestly, I'm just going to say, Gentlemates, pretenders. You don't need initiators when you're running the Sage and Lotus. No, I'm very excited to see what they're able to do with this composition. I think it's going to be very interesting how both of the teams contest both of the extremities of the map, right? It's not B that I'm concerned about.
If we're setting a tone of this Sage already, we could see a series, all 3 maps with Sages. I cannot wait. We got None tank on the wall, and Pansy and Steel on the talk of the series. Over to you guys.
do you know what, Sue, that wasn't your best work, but it's fine, you know? We're making it through this. It's a very pressured day. A lot of people on edge here because there's a lot of things that could happen depending on the results. Now, I'm a stupid person, Josh. I'm going to put it out there. I am not smart enough.
Not.
Thank you for lying to me. But the point is, I'm not smart enough to know what some of these permutations mean. Sometimes it's like, they've got to get like one map, but then if they get 7 rounds, none of that. What I'm focused on is what's in front of us. Gentlemates up against Team Liquid. The smarter people here will explain to you afterwards. However, Josh, I want to start with you. What do you make of this comp swap? Because you saw Gentlemates when they were not doing well, when they were still on that Phoenix. It didn't look good to you. What do you make of this adjustment here?
Well, I think the Sage definitely on defense is going to be a struggle for Team Liquid to deal with, slowing them down, but instantly into an action here. We have the Omen Cypher and Raze pushing out on the defense. Gentlemates starting in aggressive fashion.
Yeah, not going to be something that's going to catch us off throughout this game because they are playing very, very proactive in this, and they've kind of almost switched roles here. It's put on Enzo. Flanks on the way, and it is a, well, it's the vast majority of the team. Enzo's good for one, that's Bayaz gone. Nice little shock dart to follow. You know, somewhat stilt the timing, slow it down a little. And he does have support as well. So we've got Mystic on the wall. Just in case he needs to swing. Paranoia, oh, he was a little ahead of that, and Gentlemates, they've got an opening now.
This retake camera is going to come into play as well, getting the info on site and tree. That's going to allow them to come in for this retake. The tag in the back as well.
Okay, Yampy though, nice isolation on Takas, but a good trade. The number's still favorable towards Gentlemates here on the way back towards the site. Time is going to start ticking, and there's that wall. You're going to start seeing that utilized. It's all going to be down to Nats to try and handle this. He's done so damn well. Nats, this guy is so clutch. And right now you're seeing a master at work. Perfect play from Nats. That's the first.
Good clutch there from Nats, getting a good start for Team Liquid. That's what they need. I do wonder, could Natank not just defuse there? I think he didn't trust his teammate Logan to protect him, at least get it to half in that situation. But really aggressive start from Liquid, and you can hear everyone behind.
Yeah.
We're really happy about that one.
And again, from that little kind of conversation they had at the start of the day when they're in the huddle, it did look like Nats was the one who was kind of getting away, everyone on the same page, getting pumped up. And if he's going to take that role and then kind of do that in the pistol round, you got faith in your leader right now. So as it stands, looking at the buy coming back in, we're going to be seeing a little bit of an investment from Gentlemates.
Marshall out, Sheriff looking for an opening pick. That C fight's always a nice one to have. Split right across the map though for Gentlemates, so Team Liquid could easily do something. They have the tripwire to protect the A flank, and now putting one for the C flank as well. And they're just going to slowly let this round develop.
MP, nice. Does take a little bit of damage. We'll see if he filters out that rifle to someone else potentially. I mean, see how they feel about it. Looks like that is the case. Yeah, Kiko's going to take that one. So
if Bayaz gets ready to stun the choke point on his teammate's contact, that would be huge. But right now he's peeking. He's taking contact with his classic, and I don't like that.
No, it seems too high risk, and the chance of reward is very, very slim. But again, I quite like this pacing from Liquid, not overly doing anything. We already saw that very aggressive start in the first round from Gentlemates, who are happy to get behind them, play on every position they could, and just kind of push and close that gap. So for now, Liquid just kind of pausing for thought. They will still have utility to make this site take happen. Plenty with Mystic still. Kiko's got his, same with Yampy, but actually Logan gonna find a fight, and you know what can happen when Logan gets a pistol. This guy's nasty with it. In a quick pivot, trying to give him a little bit of safety, but now I'm getting a bit worried here.
I like how Kiko is able to take control of this blue room area.
Oh, he's just gonna chase that down if he can, the tank. Healing up. Support's on the way, Bayaz trying to come around. Oh, that was lovely from Kiko. Keep him safe there. He got pretty low. Down to 6 HP, that could have been devastating.
Could
but
go fast, I
stands
guess.
just on Whalers and Logan. And it really feels like damage becomes the name of the game here. Can they force any of those repurchases? As there's not much else left to do. Logan's done very well to already find 2 in this round.
Good amount of chip damage. Doesn't really help them in the grand scheme of things. It's a Cypher. Getting closer to his ultimate, that doesn't really help. Not as much as, you know, having Rolling Thunder or Rez or something else. Showstopper. I like what Liquid did there. The reason why they kind of like paused there, they were always going to end C, but the reason why they paused was because they were waiting for both smokes to come up on Mystic and make sure that they had, you know, stun, dart, grenade,
Everything
double smokes,
need,
everything,
right?
so that they could go in, clear out corner by corner, and make sure that they just were not dealing with too many threats.
Yeah, clean start. Now let's look at the bonus. What does Liquid have in hand? Now they did quite well there to keep 3 alive, so the reinvest is going to be very, very minimal. And they also had quite a few rifles. And actually, speaking of rifles, it looks like they're investing a fair bit behind this too. So a very robust bonus round for them, almost looking like just a straight-up buy, barring Mystic, who's still down on the SMG. On the other side, light armor galore, and none of those ults, as you were highlighting, coming through early. Sadly, if anything, it is Logan's, which is far less influential. Mystic. Let's have a look, see how it starts here.
A 2-1-2 start for the defense. I think they're going to go up and try to bully out the Cypher trap and camera there, get the information, get the deep line, maybe have that rotation. Baez needs to get in position to help stun this entire line for his team.
Looking at this, Encho coming in. Here we go, let's see how it looks. Kiko, does he get the entry once? Eats the paranoia, does he get to live? He does. Oh god, come on. They find Nats for free. Oh, Whalers gets another. You're gonna take that every day of the week. Finding Mystic on the follow-up. Now with a minute remaining, it's hard to peel away from this. You almost have to commit after losing out on Nats and Mystic. A tap on the spike to see if anyone's nearby, but no one responds. Another draw, trying to call to attention anyone. See if they can even the score out, but no one's really playing that game here. Liquid playing quite smart here, waiting for that spike to go down.
Spike planted.
Numbers up for Gentlemates is going to help this retake situation, and slow from the Tonk.
Okay, trying to clear as they go. First man found, no trade even available there. Kiko just falls and see if there's a pixel out of place. Ooh, Enzo really playing a dangerous game, but look at Yampi's positioning. Now, this still falls on Enzo to keep their attention drawn. That defuse keeps going, and the wall's there. Oh, that's heartbreak. Yeah, Yampi can do nothing. If that wall wasn't there, that damned wall wasn't there, it could have been beautiful, but it's not to be. Gentlemates get on the board. First here found in the first gun round for them, keeping 3 standing. Lighter reinvestments while keeping an eye on their money, because it might be a little lighter at times.
One of the things I saw from Liquid in previous matches was they constantly had these super late flanks, but I think they're going to have to make this adjustment really early, that if Natunk has the Sage Wall for the post plants and is able to put this up, you can't rely on these super late flanks around the world, and you can't also rely on playing out of the site, playing the post plant spam battles. You need to do something else to disrupt the retake and get in their faces. Let's see how that reaction develops through the half.
And it will be curious to see how well they identify that, right? It is that, how well do they plan with that in mind? Are they able to keep that as a new adjustment? Speaking of, Takas just comes flying out. Gentlemates with a gear shift, getting their faces and brawling over by Mound. This might have stunned Liquid a little, but who do they have remaining? Mystic, Nats, and Enzo, so they can still make a fair shout towards a site, but now for the defending side, they're split everywhere, 1 per site. And Logan's angle. This is a curious little battle between these two, isn't it? Nats on one side, Logan on the other. And Nats trying to sell a lot here. Gonna get good info on this one.
They won't expect the Cypher trips on A, though. The tongue.
Very true. There it is.
Oh, they walk up, they see this.
Oh, clean from Nats, though, and the follow-ups there. Liquid, lovely. That kind of bait towards B, that pressure towards B, just drawing enough of the attention, and Whalers, sadly, is very, very far away from this round now. Unlikely he's going to be able to close the gap and do much about this, but the push and the pull there, and let's kind of roll it back to the start of that round, Josh, because we saw a very aggressive start from Gentlemates, willing to battle on Mound, not initially, but almost after that first confirmed contact was had, but then that pivot off the back from Liquid was fantastic.
Yeah, typically on these maps, when you have breach in the comps, you're going to be able to set up a lot of these traps where you go and you brawl out on defense. But the defense kind of like starting that fight was the interesting moment there. You know, trading out evenly 3 versus 3 within the first, I don't know, like 10 seconds of the round. It could have gone either way towards the end of the round there. Obviously, Nats having his hat to throw and get the information on the remaining Gentlemates players. I think we're not going to see Gentlemates doing an aggressive play like that proactively. I think it's going to be more reactively. Let's set up this trap. Because they have the Sage, they should leverage that. I think that's what we're going to see going into the future. We're not going to see them trying to start the fights anymore.
Now, we're starting to see those ults starting to cycle through here. Yeah, Logan's had his for quite some time. Or at least he was building very early. Whalers now have his, and the tank has the res. But a very early timeout for Liquid. Now, do you think this is maybe to kind of make sure their mentality's right around how to approach playing against that Sage, potentially? Because it's so early in a game.
It is quite early, and it's, you know, they won 3 rounds. So there's got to be something specific that they're talking about. It could be about how they're really close to a couple of different ults, and they can combo that with a showstopper. It could be talking about, you know, maybe there's something that the coach saw that Gentlemates was doing, like a tell. Maybe it's about like, oh, the Cypher gave the trips to the Sage on A, but he was playing somewhere else. It could be anything. You're going to see something interesting coming up here, though. I don't think they're going to go into this round doing like a standard spread default type of thing. I mean, it's possible.
Maybe.
But if you're taking attack like this, there's got to be some sort of plan around it. And I think it's going to be something based on the ultimates that they have either available now
or soon to be.
Or soon to be.
Yeah, because as you we're looking at, the Rolling Thunder's almost there for Yampy. You've got one off as well for the Hunter's Fury. Maybe just deciding what they want to be doing for that. Can they potentially play to get both of those available? That'd be a high priority. And does Gentlemates identify? I assume they do, so I'm wondering if they're going to go for a fight on one of the extremities. Try and limit some of the success that Liquid could have. I'm already seeing a bit of a stack up towards the C side of the map, so I'm wondering if that's going to be where the pressure really starts to build. Gentlemates want to get in their faces early, but Liquid line up that B site. Maybe just toying with expectation, but this is quick positioning. I wonder if this has been heard. Yeah, it certainly is. Well, it's not even heard, it's been seen. All that util space taken. Gentlemates can now pump the brakes and look elsewhere because there was nothing on the other side.
Res available for the defense, that's why they went for this, but now 3 players spotted towards C. The speed up towards A from Team Liquid. Showstopper pop just to clear, zone out the site. It's gonna be a 5 versus 5 retake.
Okay.
But we're gonna have one of these ultis unlocked.
Logan going down before even the rest of the teams here, maybe just trying to hold space towards CT, but that's given a nice little avenue of approach, and Kiko gonna be happy to take that scalp. Gentlemates now need a lot of clear. Kiko's not going to leave this smoke for a second or two. Wants to stick it out as long as he can. No reward. And the res. Now it's game back on. Man advantage for Gentlemates until then. Yampy on the site. Finding 2. Controlling. Waiting for them to push through. Nats on the swing. It's all looking very solid for them. 3 still alive. They've got Yampy's ult to depend on, but he's not going to be passive about this. No, not by any means. Bears falls as he tries to take a step towards the site itself, and Logan forced to save here.
Very good reaction from Liquid going into A site there, speeding up. It looked like they were trying to go towards B. I don't know if the plan was to end B, or if it was, let's go towards B. We're going to expect Gentlemates to show their hand, either A or C.
Yep.
And once they do that, boom, we have an instant reaction. We're kind of like ready to pivot. But a great presence of mind here. Once Kiko got that first opening kill, ping the dead body. Sova's ready with Hunter's Fury after he gets the plant with the spike, and then they just beam that down and continually put the pressure on. Yampy in their face, Kiko in their face.
Yeah, starting to see Liquid warming up to this one a little bit. On the other side, a broken purchase for Gentlemates. A couple of ults starting to come very close by. Takas almost has his, but quiet so far from him. Not being able to get that through super early. And looks like he's trying to build towards it now. Information found. It's looking like C is on the menu. Enzo, gonna try and play him in. Clear any of that util en route. And Kiko gonna be happy for that gift over towards the C site. All looking ready. Now, ult-wise, what do we have for this retake here? What does Gentlemates have? I mean, they've got the rocket, they've got the information on Logan, the TP, but they need to go now. It looks like a pre-take coming in. The tank, good connection, Takas on the follow-up. Now it's getting a little bit dangerous, but Mystic trying to get ahead of this, trying to utilize the ult that was sent through, but Bayaz pushes him away. And now Yampy and Nats, the positioning again, you're talking about those lurks. Now, with the tank down, this changes the dynamic. Yampy's on the site here. He's going to be spotted, but he's doing the dance. This guy, he's got moves. Yampy does get found, but do they expect this? Nats, his position, that late lurk has worked wonderfully, but oh my god, that TP was, what? Nats! Just nasty with it. The Red Bull clutch twice now. Giving them the rounds. That TP got me questioning things, but still, Liquid come away now, 3 in a row, looking very solid.
Nats is on 9 kills right now. I think 6 of them are from 2 different clutches.
Yep.
So doing a big job for these guys. I mean, Liquid, they got bailed out by Nats. They're lucky that they have a player that good on the team. I like the idea of the breach ulti for the re-exact onto the site, knowing that all the enemies are going to be close and kind of stunned, but the execution of it was sloppy.
Dangerous there, didn't it?
Yeah. Beaz now with his own Rolling Thunder and 1-3-1. They could pivot and fight.
Yeah, maybe just trying to keep him close to the action if necessary, right? You want him to be able to influence the outcome of the round, but Liquid making no subtleties of this. Straight towards A, and there's 4 players from Gentlemates here. Beaz wants this one. That could be very good. It's going to be on Nats again to keep him safe, right? Oh, he's been affected too. I thought he was going to be the one to alleviate the pressure, but actually it's just stalled out. Liquid suffer no casualties. Takas the only one to connect here with that paint shell coming in, and actually does a lot of damage. But look who's still here. Vintage Nats coming in. Information free flowing. It's just going to be a brawl. Wall's still in play. They can't really break through this until then. Oh, and they go ahead of it. Big trade. This is just a sloppy battle between the two. Mystic gonna have to go clutch, but Gentlemates with that great presence of mind to put 3 players towards that B site.
Cover going out.
Spike is not in hand, and they're already starting to consider it. Logan on the case. Mystic, first step, takes a lot of damage for this though. He has his TP. He's got 40 seconds. Now these two aren't going to be moving away from each other, surely.
They have to stick shoulder to shoulder with each other. Have good spacing, but I like this. They're allowing
30
Mystic
seconds
to
left.
move around the map and do whatever he wants. He has to collect that spike and plan.
Well, that's a one. Right, that's an individual. Oh my god!
Oh no.
Oh my god!
That timing
you are
was
a lucky
close.
boy. Yeah, lucky boy today. Bloody hell, he didn't even know how close he was to that falling apart.
Once he hears the smoke travel through him, I think he clicks in his head, wait a minute, that came from my left. That was the best round that we've seen from Gentlemates so far, though, and I think part of the reason for it was that it was a reactive play. They waited for Liquid to show their hand, be in a position that they're kind of compromised, and then they hit. They didn't try to go too fast, too hard, and too early.
Now, looks like the switch up here. I feel like they're falling back into the trap, but I don't mind that they're keeping the 3 players towards the B side at least, rather than doing it on the extremities, because they can pivot easier.
Yep.
But still, this is Liquid team so ready for this now. Maybe understanding this has been something that Gentlemates wanted to do, this kind of like pressure point, putting bodies behind it. But what do they assume that Liquid are up to here? They haven't seen a lot yet. Enzo's utility's been burned, but there's no bodies behind it yet.
Constantly getting info from Gentlemates. We haven't really seen Natank even like playing with his team. I know traditionally with like on Phoenix, he's kind of like, you know, a lone wolf sort of thing, but we haven't seen any creativity out of the walls yet. It's all been saved for the retakes primarily.
Watching this now.
Interesting.
Yeah. Creeping back towards C. The paranoia there put into the fear of God for Whalers. He's gone down, and that's C-site open. I kind of like this feign again, maybe kind of really playing with the tempo of the game and the expectations of what Gentlemates had cleared. This re-hit towards the C-site is a really well-considered piece. Now, this is... Yeah, don't do that, Enzo. Just waiting in middle, noting that there might have been some pressure from the other side of the map, but again, this is looking really well constructed. This is a very hard retake.
Surely that's a save.
You'd imagine so, but they're trying to get closer here. They have so little to do in this one. Yeah, they've got Bayer's utility, but again, they're going to need more than this. And Yampi's not allowing it. They still have Enzo's utility. They still have Yampi's utility. Yeah, Takas canceling on that one. I felt like they could have canceled that sooner, potentially.
They definitely could have canceled that. I wonder why they thought that it was a good idea to go for it. When you start bleeding out rounds like this, it's one of those things where it builds the pressure in your mind. And I think that this is a perfect opportunity for Existence to call a timeout and say, hey guys, like we're letting this slip and make an adaptation. So what are one of the adaptations I could do? The reactive plays are generally, I mean, we just saw it the round prior. That looked good. But what are we seeing on these rounds? It looks like they have the idea to go for the early fight, early info, but then it's like they don't know what to do after
Once they've done that, yeah, it's that next step.
And then they're just like all over the place. Whalers, he's alone on C site. He gets walked in on. And I think Liquid's doing a really good job of just like, they're making their game plan. They're just like walking into it, and then they're just taking what they're given.
Yeah, rather than like brawling out early towards Mound like we saw earlier, I feel like maybe that timeout was to discuss that, because they've come back in really well equipped with how to deal with that pressure potentially.
Yep.
But again, that could be something to have in the interview maybe, but you and Existence in the same mentality. A timeout is called. So time to discuss what the follow-up steps are, because as you said, if we talk through those options when we're talking about map control and kind of ticking the box of things that go well, you discuss that, right? You talk about, okay, taking some information via map control, taking space on the map, removing some options. So as you highlighted, Gentlemates are doing that, but it's the next steps following.
I think they're having an adjustment issue where they're going from traditionally like a double duelist comp into putting one of your most aggressive players on a Sage, kind of alone. So he's playing very conservatively, passive, just basically jiggling and spotting A for info, and then a couple of times pushing with a C Mound hit, especially when he had res available. But aside from that, it feels like they changed their overall game plan on their defense because they lost this aggressive piece and they lost the double duelist. And it feels like the whole flow of everything has just broken.
And now mismatched.
Yeah, and now he has to reel them back in and say like, hey guys, remember, you don't have this. This is how you guys should approach things instead.
Solo mission for now, maybe just to get that ult orb, that's been gathered. A little bit of a stall to come in. Bayez is still sticking around on this, and Nats has slipped ahead. Now you look at, whoa, yeah, they're in no man's land. Again, this slow creep from Liquid, this was perfect. they've found such a solution to what Gentlemates wanted, and I just didn't like what I was seeing in that round, but still, they got to stick the landing, and the 2 rifles are still here. Takas has one, and a potentially fabulous position. Can he be the one to deny this? Oh my god, Yampy, what? He takes
So
Takas
quick.
out like that?
Spike
Damn.
planted.
Yampy is still a treat to watch. Glad to still see him around. As Whalers and Logan, I mean, there's very little to be done here. They're starting to be starved out of this game.
The
You ever-
momentum's looking
yeah.
really good
I-
for Liquid.
Look, I'm happy to see that Liquid looks solid here because I still feel like we can't ignore the... Who was it they played against? Was it Vitality? Yeah, it was Vitality the Gentlemates won against. That was very
Yeah.
impressive. It was like 13-5 on both
Last
maps.
player standing.
Very clean. It was like, oh my god, this is the team we were waiting to see. Yampy's removed one. The only one that really mattered here was Logan because he had that rifle. Does he get to keep it? Keep that. If you're watching this now, that's what you're looking for. He's desperately trying, bless him. Ah, you can't blame a man for trying. And actually, the only other threat now is Enzo, very nearby, but he might stop the chase at this point. But again, I don't want to go off pure recency bias. I think that's unfair. Because, you know, Gentlemates have had a very up and down season, some good results, but a couple of droughts. Sometimes the comps got red, really understood, and they stopped having that level of success. I was really impressed with the change. I think this is the first time we're seeing another team really understand what they're trying to achieve here and what they're approaching with. But it's a process for Gentlemates. They are the team that came up from that Ascension, victory. So it's like, I don't expect them to have the full depth of what this roster's meant to do yet, or the capability of this comp yet. But I want to see more tangibles out of this game, and it looks like aggression was the response, and it's not gone well. A great deal of ults invested, a little bit of a stall here, but they're once again left a little stranded. They have to peel away from this.
It's like every decision Gentlemates does right now is just getting them completely caught. I think the real adjustment is get an op up and deal with Liquid, because a lot of the times they're just like walking around into it. But I still think Gentlemates needs to be able to not just try to force the first fight. They need to let Team Liquid make a mistake. And right now, I mean, talking about Gentlemates and the adjustments they made, changing their composition and the trajectory that we've seen them, Team Liquid, in a similar vein, they were like looking not great during kickoff, and they've looked a lot better in some moments.
Oh, Logan. Oh, and the follow-up as well. Enzo, no, not gonna happen. He's clean.
Well, it's anyone's game still.
Yeah, look.
It's early enough. Anything can happen.
If they get a buffer, if they get a couple more rounds, sure. I guess those re-clears just not as competent as Liquid have
30
liked it.
seconds left.
So it's on Mystic and Kiko to do something with this, but a 2v4 with a res in hand, not easy. Now, there's no fair fight really you're going to get in this instance. And it looks like Kiko's trying to sell him a fairy tale that, we definitely like this B-side. We're definitely not going towards A. I promise you, you should rotate.
10 seconds
Bayaz,
left.
don't watch
One
this.
enemy
Oh yeah, Bayaz and Whalers, they're not falling for it. That's 3 for Gentlemates. It's a little bit of room here.
But that's exactly what I was talking about, right? You get an op up is kind of the idea I had, because Team Liquid in like the second phase, after the first like opening, duel, whatever, smoke, teleport, dart, whatever, they're always like shift walking around to that next spot. And over here, we have Logan getting an aggressive position. Liquid walks into him. He's able to get 3 crisp clean shots. An op would do something very similar and disrupt Team Liquid's second phase flow of everything as they're walking around with the information.
Well,
And we have it. Takas has one now.
as if they're listening to you. It's almost like you know this, Josh. It's weird. It's crazy you almost understand this game.
Almost. Very
Almost.
close.
Real
but
close.
There's just on the cusp,
And it does allow for a little bit more freedom, right? Or I don't want to say freedom, but like safety in keeping it as one player to hold this down as well. Like Takas can just kind of play this out. Doesn't need to be in a hurry about it. It's a big amount of presence behind it too, so again, he can just kind of hold this and wait. The clock's on their side. Gentlemates don't have to make all the moves here.
What it does, though, is it allows this setup, the breach, with a stun ready for this entire C choke. Once Enzo sees nothing on his drone here, he's going to think, hey, maybe they're playing retake A, maybe it's a C setup. Liquid might do a rotation all the way back to A on that. But again, the op's up, and that's going to be a freebie, especially if Enzo starts walking up before his teammates are able to get there. But it looks like he's biding his time. He's not freaking out.
Okay, let's see. Let's see how he does here. This was a really good solution.
Info TP from the defense, they're gonna know.
There it is, that's lovely, Takas. There's the reward. Doesn't need to outstay his welcome here. They've got the man advantage. They can fall back from this. Maybe find a new angle, hold a new bit of space. But now it kind of falls on the rest of his teammates to try and step up to the plate here. So already, smoke goes up towards CT side. Plant gonna come in, but the four of them, how do they handle this? Yampi getting curious. He's very nearby. Plant's in. And you can already see that pressure. Yeah, stunned up, and here it comes. Already out through by stairs. Enzo's going to catch one. Rez comes in. They now know there's more. Enzo on the double dip there, going back through. Going to find Whalers again. You don't get a second chance of life. This is... No. Nats saves him. Enzo gets another breath for a moment.
Hello.
Oh, he's in so much danger. Bye-bye, Enzo. And Gentlemates have found the solution. They found what they needed.
They cracked the code. They're
Yes, sir.
taking a page out of Koi's book, just solidifying that defense. So, I mean, great reaction there. Getting that op up is definitely the key to success against Liquid. I wonder in this last round if Liquid's going to be able to identify, hey, they have the op up, instead of doing the slow second stage and hitting at around like between 1 minute and 40 seconds, if they're actually going to speed up and do something either through B really aggressively, or if they're going to do something where they're just they're speeding up and they're not trying to like walk around too much. Get in the face of the offer and don't let them get more than one shot off.
And if we don't have a really aggressive start, just to update you, if you were wondering, do you remember I said about those permutations, the ways that this can go differently? One of those is that if Team Liquid wins 10 rounds, Heretics qualifies to playoffs. And because, you know, we've got 7 on the board, we're getting a little close to that. Thank God there are smarter people than me explaining what this is, because I have no idea. However, early contact towards B. Not much intent yet behind it, but I'm looking to see if this gets set in motion, how well the tank deals with what's on the other side. He also has a support in the form of Bayas here too. Yeah, here it comes, timing a little off here. Kiko! He's got it, yeah, the tank's gone down and it's now game on. The rest of them trying to come on through, but he's still gonna hold them back. Kiko doing his best work here. It's just a jumping Mystic. What is this? Both teams scrapping it out on B. Plant is in there. Takas gonna struggle now, the double swing, and he's being chased down. They want him dead. Logan gonna try and counter that in some way. Takas does find his man, but now a 1v2 ain't gonna be easy. He's got himself a Vandal. He's got himself a chance. He's got his pain shot. That's perfect. Enzo forced to peek, but he finds the shot. Okay, Liquid claimed the last in the first half.
Great reaction from Team Liquid, though, knowing that, like, the buy that they have isn't the greatest, knowing that Takas has the op, it means, what are we going to do? Well, the op's most likely going to be A or C, holding a deep line. Let's try to go B and try to make something explosive out of it. And that was the perfect decision to make to take them out there. With the Bucky going in on the entry, right over the top side. You can, not looking the most comfortable on stage, but I guess we're going to have to see on the attack side here how they've cooked things up.
4 rounds. They've got 4 rounds to play with. A lot of pressure as well. Again,
Heretics is saying 2.
Yeah.
Just get 2 more.
2 more. 2 more rounds, please. And it is wild, again, that we're into these sort of scenarios where so much is resting on each other. We are back into game here, so we can jump into that and turn the music down and start focusing on the match itself. Already, smoke's going to be going up. If you're just tuning in, it will now be Gentlemates, of course, on that attacking side. They claimed 4. Now looking to obviously close the gap to Liquid's A. Enzo, what are you up to?
That is not worth it.
Oh man, Takas will take it happily. Hey, you know, he'll be chuffed with that one. Yampi now put in a very precarious situation, and he's just mowing them down. That's 2. Mystic on the 3rd. That is what you needed to make up for what was a little bit of a fumble here, but the tank's gonna have to go nuclear. There's a lot to do here, and he's not gonna get it. Nats ain't losing that. That's 9. And now 1 more round. And Heretics will at least qualify to playoffs. Now, bigger picture, obviously Liquid aren't thinking about that, neither are Gentlemates, but we have to remind ourselves of it. So the next round is pretty critical, actually.
I actually like that side. That death from Enzo kind of set Yampi up there. I was getting a little bit nervous. That's the best person that you want to have in that situation with a breach, with a stun. I'm surprised Gentlemates, after they got that kill on Enzo, didn't speed up. One guy opening the door and going through the tree by himself, and everyone else going through the site. Because if you kill a person that's out in the open like that, no trades, you expect that to be open. Why go the slow way?
Yeah. They were not making the most of what they had at the start there. But Takas, oh, the answer back from Kiko, though. Lovely from him. The tank going to be punished. Now 4-4.
Who's next?
It's Nats on the farm, though, isn't it? Let's see how he does here.
That camera bait set him up for this lurk. Does he get cleared?
He's getting played in, and I love that. They still try and check on him, but there's support there, right? Look at the rotation. Yampy got there quick. He's got to get out, does he? No, he disagrees. He's going to play forward. He's going to be flashed into this. Maybe a little too audacious, and it is a 2v3, but it is only classics. Logan, no. Logan, he got spotted in the end. A little bit of chip damage. Yampy, lovely. Liquid looking confident. It's looking like that 10's coming through. Enzo, he's toying with his dinner here. And Logan's getting no fun from this.
I think he's getting toyed with a little bit.
Here we go. Bye-bye. Oh, he's making sure. He's making sure. 10 rounds for Liquid. So, bigger picture here. Talking outside of this matchup alone, because this is all about qualifying. It's all about getting to those playoffs. Oh, nice start there. This locks in Heretics to qualify to playoffs. This instance right now. I don't understand it, don't know how it happens, but it has. Outside of that, though, we focus back towards the game here, because we're going to have the bonus, the first gun round coming out from Gentlemates too. So, if we're going to get a matchup, if we're going to see a bit of fun between these two, it's got to start now. Gentlemates now need to turn the tides. Looking very simplistic in approach, and Mystic going to have to make a quick escape here, because they're already working towards Mount.
2 outlaws for the defense, but everybody except for Takas has full shield, so they'll be able to tank one of those body shots.
Yampy?
Unlucky.
The timing
Respect,
a little unfortunate.
though.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea that he was trying to thread the needle, maybe noting so much of that presence, get behind them, but not going to get the job done. But I mean, it's not just a singular attempt, is it? We've still got 2 more willing to take up the mantle.
10-4 up, bonus round. Why not go aggressive? Enzo's up next. I don't like how they're just doing it like one at a time. I think holding this A setup would be really good, because that flank's going to be amazing. The smoke giving it away as well is going to be really not good for Gentlemates. They don't know it, but they could easily get flanked.
Yep, let's see that flank though. Nat still has to keep a little bit of presence here, right? Because otherwise they might just flood through CT. Let's see how much damage. Kiko, beautiful! And even gets out of danger. Gonna be stunned up this time, gets closed down on. Couldn't quite make it out of there in time. And Gentlemates want to try and find some safety because it feels dangerous. The rifle upgrade too for Enzo. Fantastic! And now wants to get a follow-up as well. Bayaz isolated and alone. Needs to slow the roll a little here. He's got teammates, they're on the way. Door stuck. Rifle back in now, 2 rifles. Do they continue on this? This is a nice little amount that they've managed to garner, but they're close to this. They forced them away here. This is uncomfortable now for Gentlemates, but great from Whalers. Mystic now last man alive in a 1v2. Gentlemates want to hold on to this one. Time's starting to tick here, and Mystic. Oh my God! Oh my God, Mystic!
Okay, now they have plot armor too.
Yeah, that's that golden path, right? The golden path that Liquid is walking. It just seems fated. How the hell are you swinging that and get both?
We saw a wide swing like that yesterday as well, and it did not pay off.
Yeah.
It was just like, gotta go wide, make them miss their first bullets. But it actually works out here. The Outlaws in full force as well. There you go.
11-4 now. This is frustrating for Gentlemates. Not getting the game they wanted here. They've shown a lot of potential, but they just feel uncomfortable in this now. TP. Hiya. Gonna spot him out. Know what's on the other side. Takas trying to test that B site. Is there intent behind this? Not anymore. Pivoting away.
I think once he sees nothing on his drone, he might go grab that orb, and he'll have his ulti, the Hunter's Fury from Enzo. That could be devastating, but he's just rotating off.
I think he's going for it now, yeah. I think he's just remembered that that is available. So that's going to be, yep, happy for him on that front. But for Gentlemates, they look like they're going to get a plant, right? Oh my God. A bit of spam there, almost caught Nats through the smoke, but still, plant's going to be come through. Going to be drawing out that utility. Hunter's Fury, burning it early. And see the rocket used as well. Kiko actually pretty up on this one. Takas trying to control towards CT, but Liquid, they are chomping at the bit here. They're just trying to claw away at them. Aren't going to come through. Now they've got to commit. Takas, nice towards Yampy. Do they get a follow-up? Do they keep the man advantage? Kiko being really tested here, but it's great from Gentlemates. Mystic falls. Takas does go down. Hold on, what is this? Liquid, what is this? You just cleaned house! Gentlemen just fold like cards. I don't know how they just
It's
swept
like
that.
one of those like admin check his PC moments where it's that. Yeah, I mean, the retakes from Team
Match
Liquid right
point.
now, like we saw this when they played against Navi as well, just like these miraculous retakes and 1v3s constantly, and we've seen them getting all of these here as well, so they're doing something right, and I feel like Team Liquid's one of those teams that if they're able to catch this momentum, it's looking not great. Gentlemates, they haven't looked like, they've been out of their depth completely. Obviously, this being Team Liquid's map pick here kind of makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah. And we're seeing a good game, right? We're seeing Nats firing on all cylinders. Kiko's having a really good performance. We see some really big moments from Yabi. Basically, Mystic, that 1v2 at the end there. Every single player is finding a bit of form, right? So this is really difficult for Gentlemates. As if we're talking overall, oh my god, Enzo, you're a lucky boy. You don't know it, but Takas could have killed you. For now, though, he's going to fall away, neither knowing the damage that could have been done. And this is a tense scenario now.
There.
Kiko committed to the angle. Logan, yeah, just gonna crouch into it. That's a comfy pickup for him. Enzo feeling the pressure, but gonna decide to back away from the site.
5 versus 4, and with how good they are at the retakes, they have everything they need. The Cypher hat's gonna come on the body right now, soon, maybe. There he goes.
It is.
With that full info, they're gonna come in with the retake, breach, full abilities, paint shells, dart, paranoia, smokes, 6 consoles.
It's everything. They gotta try and stop this, maybe by starting early, right? Bayaz maybe in the tank. Oh no, Takas has fallen. It's all going wrong. Kiko in the headline, joined by Enzo, and Whalers crumbles. This has been decisive. This feels like it's almost fated. 13-4, clear-cut affair on map 1. Map 2, things have to change. Liquid eyeing up the possibilities, looking like maybe there's that chance for them on the horizon. Maybe they can still make it to those playoffs. They are on track for now, but Icebox is still next.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what means that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us.
Let's show the beautiful one, guys. James. Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
That might just look like a humble Lotus victory for Team Liquid, but a lot has happened, so bear with me. I've got Kakuka and Ash here with me. As you guys know, Team Heretics have locked into playoffs because Liquid managed to secure 10 or more rounds in the end. But with that map loss from Gentlemates, Foot have also secured playoffs. So everybody can secure playoffs today. It seems like maybe Liquid can also do it. What do you think?
Definitely not mates.
Yeah, not mates, sadly, they're out.
Not mates, but yeah, they still have the chance of getting back at Team Liquid for
God,
knocking
can you
them out, and
imagine?
then
Can you
none of them
imagine?
can make it if they win the next map. But definitely Liquid came today with a task, and they look very sure of how to achieve it.
Yeah, I mean, there is that opportunity for mates to obviously get revenge almost within a series in that situation, but that also depends then on the next match between BBL and Foot still, because when it comes down to those permutations, Team Liquid, they still need to win this out 2-0 to have that opportunity to make it over towards that playoffs, and then it also rides on how BBL ends up doing.
Well, that doesn't mean, then the second match means nothing now if Gentlemates can just beat Liquid 2-1. If they can just beat them. This is the crazy thing, that neither of them can lock in now, whereas they can lock everybody else in around them. But let's talk about this map real quick, because you heard from Mystic in that pre-match interview. They changed things up, they brought new things into this, and who knew that the new thing is just Nats being good?
Oh yeah, who would have guessed that
Just
that
Nats
could
is
happen?
good.
I mean, right off the start, when we started that pistol, the first one, the fact that he is able to get that 1v3, it's the kind of thing that only Nats can do most of the times, but then he did it again. Mystic also got a 1v3, like there was nothing that could go wrong for Liquid. I love also like the way that they were adapting and moving around the map. They knew that Gentlemates needed to be a little bit more aggressive, and Enzo was just waiting on the other side with an Odin, make everything look very easy.
Yeah, I think the fact that we saw the Sage coming out on a three-site map here, like Lotus, for the side of mates, makes it a lot more difficult for the tank to even have that opportunity to be a bit more aggressive because of how much more danger.
I'm too excited. I'm too excited.
I know, you're here for the plot twist. You're here for all of that, Insu. But when you're also then looking over towards Team Liquid, I think we talked a lot about their team identity as a whole and the fact that that was something that they struggled with, but what was the big highlight for them was always these individual performances.
Yeah, and And we talked about Nats already before the game even started. He was so vocal. It seemed like he was giving instructions. And that in that attack pause as well, he was the one that looked like he was talking the most.
Man, but because I think that he had a very good read. I think that he was getting a lot of info with the Cypher on what to do and how they were moving around the map. I think like also his lurks were very, very effective. It's good to see that he is in such good form today.
And I love that because I think previously we did always see Nats having great lurks within the previous weeks. It's what he's known for, right? As the Sentinel player, as the Viper player on other maps. But there was always a bit of that disconnect with the remainder of the team. It seems like the communication was much better this time.
Yeah, and before we head to map 2, let's take a look at Logan in the AIM Labs warm-up because he could still be the one that has the opportunity to disrupt everything. But the thing is, from the way the Mystic was talking in that comm clip and the way that he's shooting, this is personal to them.
I mean, totally, right? And especially with the performance that they had on the first map, I want to know how much they knew about what Gentlemates was going to do, if they expected this change in the composition. Also, maybe looking back, it was a mistake to be starting on the defense on that map. They did get the gist at the end of it, maybe putting the operator and Takas as a good performance, but Logan is the kind of player that we need him to step up because he had a couple very good rounds.
He did, and I think what's a bit difficult also about the fact that they did choose to start on defense, I think it does lean into obviously the agent composition that we saw coming out from Gentlemates, but ultimately, even though you have that Sage to block off those lanes, you shoot down that wall. We saw how Liquid was disrespecting the space it was trying to take.
Kiko just jumping, just cycling over, going with a rocket. Like, he didn't care. Like, they were so ready for it, and it makes me think about what is going to happen with Icebox now, because we've seen different compositions from the teams, and the same way the Team Liquid picked that Lotus maybe to be a surprise and to have something very, very ready, why has Gentlemates decided to go for a map that has been actually looking pretty good for Liquid?
I mean, if this is not where we get in the tank on the wall, my brain is going to explode. I mean, this is where they don't do that, and Ash, that seems so weird to me, considering this guy just been playing Sage and only Sage.
I mean, we saw him hiding behind the wall on Lotus, and I think that's where some of the differences
You can
were
hide
made.
behind the wall on Icebox.
You can, but we saw him on the wall more frequently on Icebox in that matchup against Giant X, and I think that Icebox also gives that opportunity for him to be a lot more aggressive in that kind of sense, because when you're looking at the difference between Lotus and Icebox, it's just you just don't have the same opportunity to take those risks on Lotus because of the rotations that you have to worry about on defense.
Yeah, I know that the preparation is also very important, right? We're talking about them, both of the teams showing off different compositions, right? Gentlemates decided to, well, they started with the classic one, right? With the vanilla comp from Icebox, and now they're going for the one without the duelist, with the double initiator, very, very strong, the KO and the Gecko. If they're able to replicate what they've done in the past, could be very, very strong. On the other side, we see a Team Liquid that's actually betting on the Harbor recently, combining it also with the Gecko or maybe with the Soba. For comfort, I would personally put Enzo on the Soba. I think that his performance is always brilliant with the agent.
Yeah, shout out to Enzo for qualifying Heretics, by the way, because that was definitely all him, and you saw Mystic at the end as well, who qualified Foot as well. I feel like there are MVPs on this side, but for Gentlemates, though, it just feels like the usual suspects, Ash, that always show up. They're always so clutch, and those moments were a bit flat on Lotus.
I think that's what's difficult when you look at almost the gimmicky style of compositions that you see Gentlemates running. They run comps that nobody else tends to do, relying on that Sage and that Phoenix pick, and it's a dangerous game to play because if you're not able to put up those numbers, find success in a lot of these duels, the comp itself tends to fall flat compared to what's typically meta.
And watch out, right? Because Team Liquid is also going to be starting on the attack here, right? 2 maps, you're starting on the attack. You have the upper hand to decide how fast and the pace of the rounds. And especially since they were so good at shutting down every single attempt that the Gentlemates had onto being a little bit more aggressive, taking a little bit more of the map. If they're able to replicate that, plus we have a Nats that is covering the flank and it's impossible to get through, they should have a very, very, let's say, easy first half.
I want to see Liquid now when they have a chance to close this out dominantly. I don't want to see any kind of massive leads being thrown.
Whoa.
Oh my Jesus Christ, God.
Oh my God, Yuppie! Yampy on the chamber. What a day to be alive. Oh
It's
my
been a
God,
while. It's been a hot
love
minute.
this.
It's been a hot minute since we've seen that. You are going to get Enzo on this over. They did listen to you there.
Who cares about Enzo in this
I
song?
care. It's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing that makes sense. I
am
care.
sweating.
I care.
I am sweating right now.
I'm
I'm
pretty worried about this in a way because Kiko, I feel like we saw insane performances from him on the jet here on Icebox, and a lot of that had to do with his ability to dash into these sites, create a lot of space for the rest of the team on those entries, and the Reyna just doesn't have that movement.
Well, I can't wait to see this and throw this over to your casters. Who knows who else is going to get locked in on this map? Over to you, Lauren and Steel.
I'm confused, scared, and a little excited. How are you? What range of emotions? Where are you at seeing the? I don't know where to start. Well, Kiko on Reyna is one, but Yampy on the chamber too. Where are you on this?
So I think the reason why they chose to do this
Oh,
was
you think
because
there's a method to the madness?
there has to be. Because why they didn't just go in and just like spin a
roll the
wheel,
dice.
whatever it lands on, that's the agent you're picking. I think what happened is seeing them playing this map before. Well, first of all, it's going to throw off Gentlemates that might be more a heavy
100%.
player team, but then like you have this team that likes to do all these like lurks and individual plays and everything. What better agents than Reyna and Chamber to do that on the attack, being able to split up and do this? And we saw the slow style work against them last map too.
Okay, maybe there's some
Very interesting comps.
What is this hard read?
Middle. Yeah, this is rotten luck. If Team Liquid hold this for a little, I mean, they've just heard the shots. They're definitely not going to dismantle it now. Oh, okay, Beaz just wins the first fight, but the Headhunter's in play. Yampy removing scalps and says, yeah, you can't have fun up in a tank. See ya. And they're off. And yeah, to say the least, hard read there.
A little bit of a hard read there.
Just a little bit.
1 versus 4. The Tom's usually like the first person to take contact in a lot of these rounds is, LMS.
Now, I found a new button on the, you know where we normally draw like Sliggy's 8s?
Counterwall.
Like what, counterwall? Okay, wow.
Sorry.
Just wanted to, I'll show it after the replays, potentially. No, Josh, you don't get to do actual analysis. So we have a little telestrator thing here. And we found there's multiple buttons. There's the bald one, there's the little circly thing, there's a free draw option. I want to use the new one I found, and I hope I don't break it.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
I see what you're going for.
Yes.
And it kind of reminds me. I'll say it after you do it then.
Okay. Well, look, I'm just gonna have a little. How do we feel about this so far? Let's just pop that right there. Look at that. Look at that.
Yep.
Incredible scenes. I'm just so happy with myself. I found new buttons to press. Oh, yeah.
It'd be cool if they had the avatars like in Doom, where like they get like angrier and bloodier.
Oh
when
yeah.
they lose
Oh my
health
God,
and,
that'd be so good. Wait, can we graphics?
And then if they're like actually on fire, they start glowing and everything.
Yeah. That'd be so good. So we do have a very light reinvestment from Gentlemates. There's not much to it. There is Marshall, I guess, or something. But the site's gonna be liquids. This is gonna be a post plant. This is when it gets hard to kind of control. You're already going to have that Vandal out for Yampy. Bulldogs galore. It's free farming time. Until then, Kiko's only going to find one. One Bulldog gone. Enzo could probably pick that up if they need it. Looks like it's a quick recovery. Yampy, if he's going to have a sharp day, I'm excited. And Nats is in just kill mode. They've switched him to kill, and he's away. 4 standing. No rifles lost. Tick in the box.
When I've been watching Team Liquid throughout this season, what I've seen from them was when it's just like one person alone that's on fire, that's playing well, that's hitting their shots individually, that's when the team has a lot of issues. And every time they've either made the game close or won was when everyone was participating, the timings looked good, and they were doing stuff together. And this is like one of those moments where they look like they're doing stuff together and everyone's on point. We're not seeing anybody that's really being carried or anything like that.
No.
Everyone's contributing in their own way. Even though like last game Mystic had the lowest score line, he still had a lot of impact for the team.
I mean, he got in that round with those 2 kills was everything. Takass. Oh, he could be tipped for success. That's lovely. Finds Yampy and backs away. They don't need to overdo this. Kiko needs to slow his roll a little here. He's in a bit of trouble. Yeah, wall goes up. They're trying to stem the bleeding and slow this down. Enzo going to connect towards the tank though. Wall now cracked open. Do they continue on this pathing or do they pivot? No, pop flash for Beaz. Oh man.
Kiko got full health again off that too.
That's not what you wanted really. And Taka's trying to play above this wall. But still, yeah, Liquid looking just well-rounded and robust. And Logan just been put to his grave. Whaler's a mile away. He's going to be saving that one. And again, when I look at this comp, it kind of almost feels, you know, a little bit almost like peacocking, right? You're running this very, like, audacious comp. You've got the Reyna coming out. You've got Yampy, depending on being mechanically on point. But you're right, it's not just those two doing it. It's the 5 of them. They're playing really well right now. I think we might even have an early timeout from Gentlemates after seeing this in action of how to address it potentially, or what they've got in mind, but I don't know how you address it, right? They may need a couple more rounds to play with it and kind of get used to what's being thrown at them, but as it stands, Liquid coming out with a bit of an ace up the sleeve here.
Liquid's just basically 5-manning everything, but they're not doing it like they have a jet. And that's the way that they should be doing it. They don't have a jet. So Wayless tries to stay alive here. Goes down.
Oh, damn.
The hunting party, full effect.
Yep.
Team Liquid, throughout Lotus and now this map, it's not like they're splitting off and doing these 4-1s, or traditionally we see on this map, they'll have like one guy lurking, like Nats will lurk towards B, and then like Yampy's walking up mid-tube, and then they have like 3 people on A. No, they're just grouping as 5, and it's either 5 slow together or 5 fast together. And that's what we're seeing from them, and that's something we haven't really seen a lot of from Team Liquid, and that's what they're doing so well right now.
Sound like a Nats paid chatter. He's 8-0. This guy is just, he is having a series, to be fair. And again, as much as it isn't just the, the Nats show, it's not been one of those where it's like just him doing it.
It's got to be a reset coming in.
I don't think that's how it's meant to work.
Maybe something to do with Nats. He was the only one that didn't move.
I think we've got a tech force going. Oh, there it is. Bingo cards.
What's a cast without a Lord Pansy Scott? Yeah, tech was.
Oh, bloody hell. Ah, sorry guys. It was the fire,
fire thing, yeah.
It was the fire button.
You lit the server on fire.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, the engineers are furious with me.
Why have you done that?
I couldn't help myself. I needed more attention. Wasn't getting enough time because Liquid are running through this game. They're up to 3 rounds, looking cozy, looking comfy. But okay,
they're
so
skating through the game, snowboarding through it. We got the ice.
How
we got
dramatic of you.
Yeah, thank
well
you.
Well done. What a wordsmith. You
we learn a little bit day by day as we go along here.
Eventually, I might even know what Valorant's about. You know what I mean? If you stick around, maybe I'll learn enough. However, kind of taking pause for thought here. Now, obviously, the teams can't really do much during this time. They have to just wait it out. But with a critical eye after what we've seen so far, you highlighted that Liquid are mostly doing the kind of like all-together 5-man pushes, seeming quite well prepared for this, especially after that pistol round. They've got quite a nice read on what maybe Gentlemates were trying to achieve. But if you're in Gentlemates' shoes, you see this comp coming out. Is there something you're trying to maybe lean towards? Because, okay, so just so you know, if you're wondering why the pause has continued, this is where Existence wants to have a chat. He's now called in a timeout here. So what would you be doing in this moment? Because again, this isn't an easy scenario. This is not a traditional composition. Is there something that springs to your mind?
2 things. Okay. 1, get an op up as soon as we can, because Team Liquid, they're going to be looking for these isolated duels with Reyna and with Chamber, and that op is going to put them down, and there's not, I mean, outside of Mystic being able to res them, there's nothing to get them back up. The second thing is, fight together, but don't try to, like, run at the enemy. You know, don't run at Liquid. They're playing really well. They're all hitting their shots. So what you need to do is you need to kind of like let them make the mistake, let them take the first action. But if we look back to Lotus, where did they get the first kills? You know, or the rounds one. Logan pushing up in B once Liquid
middle, right? Yeah.
Push up middle, gets 3. You know, Taka's getting the op out, getting the opening pick.
True.
So that's kind of what they need to do to leverage it here. And Icebox plays a little bit different than Lotus, but they can still apply similar concepts. Don't just run at Liquid. Let them kind of like walk up and then pounce on them. Set up a trap. You know, they're a little mouse, and you just gotta, you know, put a trap down, put some cheese on the little trap, and let Liquid go, ooh, that looks good, that looks tasty, and then get them.
Got it. Thank you. I like the visual there. You've helped me. I am a simple creature. So now we look at what we have in the channel. We know it's going to be a very light buy for Gentlemates. This wasn't going to be a pretty purchase for them.
Very bad for
Bears already going to know where
Gentlemates.
Yampy is, and considering how Liquid have been approaching, you might be able to put a lot of stock behind even just identifying one player. However, they did go for a bit of a stack here.
We got the Killjoy turret in attacker spawn.
That's so toxic. I can't believe you hate Nats. Oh my god. I mean,
Nats is my favorite.
Nats is quite impressive to watch, to be fair. It's and you had to suffer playing against that, man, even when they were in the real peak.
Suffered so hard that we won.
And now we continue in towards the site, not meeting much resistance on the way, probably expecting either a stack or them to be up to something, but Nat's not seeing anything. Relatively calm so far from Liquid. They've got what they wanted here. We're looking to see if maybe Gentlemates can counter wall, do something about this, maybe wall off the other side of the spike and get towards a defuse here. Nice from Natan. Kiko going down. That's a first step. There are players behind this though. They're playing quite close towards site. Counter wall goes up. Yampy spotted out quite early as well. Nice adjust too. Yampy's heating up here. Hackers through the wall, gonna find it. Wingman gets denied, and now it's free farming. Nats large and in charge. It's a 1v1 though, and yeah, Nats ain't allowing that to slip. Dangerous by Gentlemates, dangerous certainly, but not enough to threaten the round scoreline.
Considering they had just Sheriff's basically, that, you know,
Pretty
wasn't
good,
a
pretty good.
horrible result. If they're able to replicate that with guns, with ultimates, Thrash online for Takas, like, we could be looking at a different situation. And then I also wonder if the defensive wall, not at the other side of Maze, but towards the spike, could have been better. But it's like one of those kind of judgment calls that you have to make, you know, block off the rotation zone, get on the wall, and take a different angle.
Oh, also, I've just realized.
Wait,
what was
is
that?
Are you okay? Should we call an EMT or something?
Who was that? But I also have to highlight, I think Nats is 11-0 currently. I think we're seeing a little bit of vintage Nats coming out. We'll keep track on that, see when his first death occurs, perhaps.
Easy to do that when the rest of your team's also kind of like frying and getting the opening picks and...
Yeah, he gets to just kind of be the most like chilled Viper, just lackadaisical, just kind of walking around, taking his time, closing out rounds for him. No sweat. First time we're seeing this test towards B though, so this is a little bit of an adjustment here. We haven't seen them explore even this side of the map. Love Icebox. So, a little bit of an assault course on the way.
But I think this is the adjustment Gentlemates has to make. Yeah, sure, you know, Team Liquid gets to go into the site, get a free plant, but they get to play the retake with 5, with Thrash, with the Sage Wall, with the knife and everything.
There's only one way to get back in this, and it's mostly through CT, where Kiko's waiting, has a little bit of a jump spot as well, might have noted them up towards Kitchen. And they've got to pick your poison, quite literally with the Viper's Pit in the way. Kiko trying to look for those angles to work from, he's just holding the line here. Pressures get sent through, but they walk on it, and Kiko still just heating up. This guy's showing that Raina's looking pretty good right now in his hands at least, and he wants a bit more. They're going to try and escape. Okay, controlled it on the second attempt there, but he spotted another Bayaz. Going to stop the hunt. But this has been just, again, a demonstration of strength from Team Liquid, looking very solid. And yeah, Nats on the hunt here, wants that final player if he can. The tank trying to make a quick exit, but Liquid have money. You got 7K on Nats, you got 7 on Yampy. The tank sitting on 0 as it stands. Does he get to keep it? Nats is looking for this one. He's gonna hear it. Nats, does he get there in time? No. So, Natan gets to keep the rifle, but Liquid get to keep the clean scoreline, 5-0. I want to get a Mitch cam. If we could check in on the Mitch cam to see how elated he is. No, hey. And then it's even funnier. Then we get an updated cam. All right, look, I'm not here for either side. I want to watch Mitch suffer. That is my most joyous moment. But right now, he must be happy. The golden path is coming true. They're walking it. They've somehow pulled out this composition, and it looks nuts. And Gentlemates, who looked fantastic on this map last time we saw it, not finding that same level of success. So now we go back to what was working before, this A take. Now, look on the back lines. First time we're seeing really proactive approaches coming down, pushing down B long here. Have they figured out where Nats resides? Held up in his little cubby. Not moving a muscle. Ooh, the timing on this could be a bit uncomfortable. Bayaz, lovely. Really heads up work from Gentlemates. Now they've got an opportunity. Now they've got options.
I feel like he just used Reyna ulti last round. But here it comes.
Tank. Oh dear. Okay, trade. So they've fought back on CT. So they've exchanged sides of the map. They left Enzo waiting. Oh, that's beautiful. Back to back from him. Maybe even a third, potentially. Whaler's got to be careful. No, doesn't have any idea about it. Whaler's going to be the one to find it. Logan's found Mystic, and now down to 2v2. No res for you. And a quick confirmation on the death here. Bayaz, no more. And now the 1v1. But time, you can hear it. Spike's ticking. A tap, a glance, and a shot fired confirms everything Kiko needs to know. Yeah, he's played with him. Logan, time to back away. No more you could do this round. Liquid continue forward with perfect performance.
I don't even think Gentlemates is on the wrong idea with how they're setting up their initial phase game plan. It looks like they're not expecting Team Liquid to extend with Yampy, with Kiko. They're on the perfect agents to be able to do that, and they're finding these isolated duels. So last round, sure, it's, you know, a mixed buy for Gentlemates. Not much you can do about it. But the previous round, you're playing full retake B. One player dies early at Snowman. Killjoy's dying at the, you know, the side orange area. Op up finally, though, for Yampy. He's going to be able to post up from the belt area.
Show me what you got. Always love watching Yumpy on this weapon. Can't help myself. But not many opportunities to make something out of this. And a very different look from Nats, from passive to aggressive to very involved. And actually where the turret resides, he's got a bit of freedom here. He's definitely going to hit Takas. This is a big call from him. Oh, Logan, very heads up. Starting to figure this out. Logan's getting a grip on this map. So now does Kiko try and over-deliver here? Does he try and be an instigator in this? The wall goes up, but they can't quite climb it at this point. Bayaz's going to deny Enzo. Oh, nice shot as well. Logan on a heater now. Having to respect the lockdown. They can't stick around here. Yampy.
Getting aggressive. Blocked off, and that wall's going to expire with 10 seconds left. You have to go over it. There's no other way.
They're just on the other side too. Really close by. Trying to set him in motion, but you can see them just on the left by Maze. Bloody hell, is there even a gap in that? I don't know if there's even a gap they could... Oh, that's rotten. Look at that, just a little pixel. They still don't know about Yampy. Now they do with that cross. Maybe trying to play him in a little. Turns the flash, gets the shot, stunning. Quick as lightning, Yampy! Heated up here anymore. He's got the tag. Bayaz needs to fall away. 15 seconds. Can they get a ball? Oh, Yampy! Ridiculous work from the man. And he's thinking there's a flank, and he wasn't far off from it. Look at where the tank's positioned. No safe res here. Yampy on 4. Mystic securing the plant and gets the position. It's got to be an ace. Nothing less will do. 30 HP in a bit of a dream here. And a tank on the other side. Stepping closer. Rez, he wants it. But is the angle good? Oh, beautiful bait from the tank. Rez comes in. 1 bullet left in this operator. He's trying to play with the timing here. I don't think he can isolate this fight. There's nothing he could do. A valiant attempt from Yampy, but controlled and considered from the tank there. Getting their first round on the board now.
Would have had to been a 6K for Yampy to close that round out.
Oof.
Great turnaround. Shows why Chambers is such a strong agent in the right hands as well. Gentlemates with a good idea. Again, it's not like their start of the round plans are really bad. It's just Liquid's playing on form right now. And that is the name of the game at the moment.
Let's go!
Okay. I think this is a trend that we see from Team Liquid as well, though, is that once they start winning by a large margin, especially on their attack side, they start straying from that 5-man Wolfpack to starting to have Nats start lurking around and doing more 4-1s, and that's what got them caught.
Oh, the op battle here. Who's got whose number? Bye-bye, Yampy. I'll trade. Excellent spacing from Nats to close that gap, make sure that didn't spiral out of control. But a very different look here. If you've been looking at the last rounds coming out from Liquid, it has been mostly those 8 takes. Now we're seeing a little bit more of attention towards middle. Mystic's going to trade back, but still, this is Messienzo! The jumping shot.
2 HP.
Oh my God, I thought he had another. Oh, I thought he had another. Bayaz. Safe pair of hands at the end. Oh, Kiko, you're rotten with it. Poor old Whalers will be heartbroken with that. But what does Bayaz do? You've got a 1v2, right? Spike's down. I think he knows that, but he's lost track of them. Now, Mystic's gone around the world. Bayaz, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 potential angles to worry about. He wants to commit to 1. He's chosen the wrong side. Mystic was there, and Liquid making it up to 7. Looking a little unstoppable right now.
He was a little bit worried about Kiko coming up from B side up the rope and across the bridge. And the flank coming in from Mystic. Man.
Not bad.
I think that's like a 148 and 4 or something, right? That's so sad. Take the upper, yeah. We need this for the next round, guys.
Yampy's got his
He's got his
ult as well.
yeah.
Okay, so double timeout in this half for Gentlemates, because I think they haven't found how they want to approach this. And as you said, Team Liquid's starting to deviate from the initial plan, so it's even harder then to identify what you want to do, right? It's chopped and changed already at this point by round, what, 9?
It's not even necessarily hey, I'm gonna call like something that's gonna give you an advantage in terms of strategy. This is guys, like the execution of what we're doing. It looks like we're playing scared. It looks like we're not being able to join up and fight together. And it looks like we're getting rolled over everywhere we go. It looks like we have mental fog. So this could be like more of a mental timeout than it is about like a strategical one.
Yeah. And considering Existence wasn't kind of, talking from start to end there, that might be the case. Just trying to get that mental in the right place, get them sorted out. Did you ever play against Existence?
Yeah. Not
Which
in the
game?
last 10 years.
Yeah, about to say Source. Yeah.
Source primarily. Maybe a little bit of go with the start.
Maybe. I didn't know you guys qualified that far. That's cool. Love you, Josh.
Yeah.
You can't insult me back yet. People don't know we're friends. They'll think you're mean.
That's true, yeah. Where did you come from? Call of Duty?
All right, don't out my shame. That's why I'm so toxic. Anyway, Liquid back in. We have 2 Guardians. We have a Sheriff, Ghost, and a Classic. So again, trying to scrape something together. And Yampi doing his best Enzo impression. Logan, why are you so damn good with a Sheriff? Show me some more. That's unfortunate. There was 4 men on the other side, but I like the attempt. But basically got B on a platter here, cutting the map in a whole new way. It's not comfortable, but Enzo, who are you?
That's why he wanted that off picked up.
Pick that thing up. I'm not done.
Oh, he can spam him too.
I was really hoping. Nats.
Why?
No fun allowed, Nats. Poor old Enzo. He never gets to have fun like this. You know what I mean? He gets to play an Odin and be like, oh, I'll put a dart down. Let him have a bit of fun. Whalers. Oof. How are you meant to deal with this? Oh, that's it.
2 more of those and
yeah,
you're
just
good.
keep going, keep going. The time's not going well, man. This is a bitter pill to swallow. I was sucking on lemons at this point. 45 HP. Nats just being nasty. Nats. That's, oh, God. Nats.
Classic overheating there.
Ugh, nasty boy. Bloody hell, this is 8-1.
Remember when the shorty was 150?
I don't want to talk about those days.
Those were the best days. Actually, Bucky 1-pump days was the best, but we did get to see Kiko get a Bucky kill this game.
That's true.
This series.
God.
Nothing. Why he dropping? Why he's not trying to win the round?
Oh, it feels like I need to call the bully hunters or something. 8-1. Ults galore coming online. Liquid going from strength to strength. This is a team that's motivated, that has a goal in mind. Their path, it can't be defined by this game. Oh dear, yep. And well, anything more? All good for now, yeah. Kiko on the site, having a little wander. No one's here. Easy time. Wall gonna go up. Kiko. Woo! That's a climber like Ivy, but he does go down. Red's gonna be invested there, so a second chance at life. But still, they've got the site, gonna get the plant. They try to get a pick prior to the retake, or the plant itself, really. But as it stands, they give you the full force here. Rifles out, operator out, and they start clearing house. Nice from Gentlemates. There's still a while. Kiko left on the side, but Bears doesn't care. Yampi's connecting further back. You see Enzo checking, seeing no one's nearby yet. Still, number advantage in favor to Gentlemates. This is a really big opportunity for them, but it's all in one man's hands. Yampi position noted, 2 bullets to play with. He's been outdone. Bears still doing what he can, still trying his best. Gentlemates make it to 2.
Not down and out yet. I thought the idea from Team Liquid was pretty cool. They have the dart coming from middle, going into screens from the back, the zoning all from the Sova. If anyone's in the site, they're getting scanned and killed. I thought Team Liquid could get into the site for free, not lose anybody. Losing that first player, making the res investment come out early, that pop flash from Beaz, I think that sealed the deal. That was such a good flash. I don't know if that came in through the heaven or if it came from screens, but perfectly
really nice.
Laid them out.
Ooh, we got a 3-play stack on what looks like maybe the right place. A 3-2 split from Liquid 2.
Let's play.
You've heard it. Tour de Force out in effect. Yeah, we get a bit of a fight on this one.
Viper tanked the drone, so they don't know the ops in play here either.
A selfless play coming in. There's a lot of bodies behind this. It's 3 players here. Now, is this weird enough? It's got him guessing. Logan, good for his, but he gets traded out now. Yampi's got a puzzle in front of him. That's a dangerous walk on the wall, but he's made it through.
Spotted.
Oh, what a shot. Oh, Yampi! This guy mechanically is just ridiculous when he gets into it, but still, Takas, that operator is in play. He can stop this. He can be the one to maybe get a 3rd for Gentlemates here. So dangerous. Slow in, he's committed. Drawn the shot out as well, Mystic. Gonna be keeping his attention there, and he can't quite get the plant here. Denied by Mosh, even with the wall in play. Yampi needs to secure it. Oh my God, he's waiting for it. Trying to evade this. Oh, he's been caught, he's been captured. But Takas can't close the gap to it. It's still a 1v3, and Enzo, he doesn't need the operator, he's the outlaw right now. No sweat, no problems. And Team Liquid, God, they're having fun, and that's even scarier.
I'm just like expecting Liquid to at some point just pull out all the weird guns, like the attack side Judge,
Why
Stinger.
not? Why not?
Oh man, that's just dirty. Yumpy's definitely feeling it though, and I think this is like, I mean, this makes a lot of sense why he'd be like, yo, take me off Killjoy.
Yeah.
Put me on Chamber.
Let me loose.
Because I'm on Killjoy, I'm just walking up to mid every round anyway, so let me be on an agent where, you know, I can walk around with an op and I can whip out this side piece and flick one deke.
A what?
Sheriff.
Yep.
Well, whatever, Headhunter.
There we go.
Sorry, yeah, we're getting there.
I said Deagle once and they never let me forget it.
Who didn't?
The community, the other casters, you
Well.
know, yeah. Okay, well, AK in hand. Lovely shot from Kiko, banger onto a Stackhouse. Sights theirs. Can't use CS equivalents because it's a Viper's Pit and a lockdown. There's nothing that we have in that sort of form, but Kiko's going to carry on forward. He's going to try and deal with the lockdown, which he does, but he puts his life on the line for it. So still, he'll fall, but he gives him a chance to stay tucked on the site here. Looking for that res. Takas.
Okay.
Around the other side. What are you meant to do with this one? How do they get back in here? Going up through the rafters. Two still in the pit and then two sitting deep. Two shock darts for Enzo, so he can still buy time on this spike plant as well. And oh, Yampy, lovely connection towards Bayez. Oh, the backline's done enough and they still held their cards on the site. Liquid looking really in control. There's not much more to be saying, it's 10 rounds. That's it.
I mean, even there, Gentlemate's coming in for the retake. They're all looking at the floor trying to find out where that spike is. They're not even looking at where the enemies are, and Yampy's in the back lines picking them off. Nat's ready to come through his own Viper's Pit in the back. It's just, it's so one-sided right now. There is actually nothing else to say about it.
No. Some of these games just go this way, and hey, credit to Liquid for looking this good, right? They've walked into what was a really good map, a recent map for Gentlemates that looked good with them. They showed massive improvement, showing they're a dangerous team, and I think we've seen glimpses of how mechanically dangerous Gentlemates are, but they just don't have that level of comfort when it's coming to what we're seeing in a matchup like this. It's a bit of a difference here. So for them, see what they can achieve. It starts with a pistol. Can they make a respectable scoreline out of this? Now on the attacking side, as of course Liquid on defending side, but giving themselves the best opportunity here. Liquid, qualification not impossible.
Wait, he's really slid.
Has he got a little rat corner to play from? Oh, the rat's been caught. Logan, again, he got to give credit here. Gentlemate's doing very nicely. Enzo, though, wants in on the action and leaves the body parts just scattering around the site. Takas, headshot delivered, but death comes a knocking in the form of Nats. Bayaz and Logan. Logan is a pistolero. This guy is nuts with this. Oh my god, the timing. I thought he might have had him there. Maybe even a tag. But if he's still alive, I'm not going to say it's not possible. Knife back on to Bayaz. Gets denied on that approach. Logan's down. Liquid, first in the second two. This one is looking pretty much over.
Not even sure where Gentlemates goes from here. Team Liquid, their peak, their ceiling has always been high.
Yes.
It's just a matter of raising their skill floor. And we've seen them kind of like, oh, week to week, like, oh, they raised the floor. Oh, wait, no, they didn't. Oh, wait, yeah, they did. No, they didn't. They're looking really good right now. Like, if they're able to replicate this performance, what they're doing, find out and diagnose what they're doing right, playing together, hitting, well, obviously hitting their shots is always a nice one to make, right? Just hit your shots. Oh my god.
Just hit your shots.
Just hit your shots.
Hey, there it is.
Why not?
I've been sat there watching watch parties for years trying to figure something out, and now you've made it
Just
so clear.
shoot back.
Just shoot back. It's like, why didn't you tell me this? Because look, like this, it could have been so much easier.
Have you considered aiming?
If you've seen me play, no. Kiko, ooh. Oh god, this just feels nasty. Bayaz is trying to bless him. Bless him. Bless his little socks. Oh god. Liquid making it 12. It's an Andalusia flawless. And that golden path, right, that golden road that opens up for them here is still possible. They've been clean with this. They could win. I mean, let's be honest, they're probably going to win in 2. Yes, their fate still rests in others' hands, but they are continuing to walk along this Yampy.
10 chances.
How many?
10.
10? Should we, do you want...
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Wait, replay. Yeah, there we go. 10. Nice. Nice. It should have been on the other side, though. If you're really a
I think, I think he goes right... No, is it there? No, I think he does it in the middle.
I don't know, man.
You were true.
tier 3 Seb. Oh, tag. Oh, bloody. They are just not missing. The tank has found Yampi. There we are. First pick found.
Healing.
Stop the momentum a little bit. Tame Team Liquid.
Kiko, I mean, like, walking up, Sharp, Outlaw in hand.
Okay, another tag. How many heals can the tank go through?
40 seconds.
Look at where this map is. They're fighting in spawn. They're fighting in spawn and they're winning. Nats has pushed up. Oh god, okay. Logan gonna give them a little bit of a route maybe, but they got 50 seconds and they still haven't even looked at the site. They barely left the starting area. Ayla's waiting for another layer of aggression, but it's not coming from this side. Mystic getting curious, but he's not gonna follow up. Well, I've lied. He's having a wander. Hello. I think they're going, eh?
Toxin screen down. Toxins going up.
Team Liquid is pure bullying on Gentle Mates. I mean, they have so many rounds to work with that why not go for all these, like,
30 seconds
just
left.
have fun and close it out whenever.
Oh, the flash. That flash was so good. We were complimenting some of those flashes before. But Mystic just carries on forward. He's going to get two. And now it's down to Whalers in a 1v2. What can one man do to try and deal? Oh, turn around. Turn around. 13-2, the final scoreline here. And there's still hope for Liquid. It's going to need things to go right for them outside of their control. But they've done everything they could here. But today was not Gentle Mates' day.
Team Liquid looking so strong right now. And that is the form that they want to have for the rest of the year as well. Something that we were kind of expecting. What are we going to see from them moving into Split 1 off the off season or, you know, after kickoff? This is what we need to see. This is what they need to replicate. They need to go. They need to get the recipe for this, and they need to do a step-by-step. Okay, first we do this, first we... They need to be able to write that down, because if they're not able to replicate this, then that's going to be sad, because their peaks, this is so nice to see.
Welcome to being a Liquid fan. They give you this, they'll show you this. Once in a while, they'll be like, hey,
it's like a little tease.
Look what you could have. And then they'll come out and do something atrocious and choke, and you're like, oh, but this is what we actually have. But, you know, right now, Liquid did everything necessary. They've set themselves up in the best place possible, and they look great doing it. It wasn't a sloppy game. It was a really well-crafted game. They should be proud of this one. As you said, go back, find ways to replicate this further. Make this the cornerstone of how they play going forward. I don't know if the Chamber and the Reina comes back out, but the idea, the concept was excellent. The map pool, everything working well for them here. They should be proud of this one. Maybe overcoming some previous matchup revenge. Just needed Nats in the roster and you're good to go. But still, at this point, pumping the brakes for Gentle Mates, you know, there's not much to be said about this one. Outclassed here a little by Liquid. But as it stands, Liquid now have a chance to qualify. Now, would I be doing the math to figure out how they do that? No, I will not be, because, you know, I'm not a smart person. We're taking a glimpse back here. You can see some of the moments in this game. The closing moments here was tough to watch, really, because it was quite one-sided.
It's back-to-back here.
Rough.
It's just like, once you think, like, oh, we have a chance back in at Liquids, they're running. They look surprised almost.
Bless them. It's good to see him happy.
Yep.
Guys in good spirits here. And while we wait for the interview to get ready, I'm actually seeing that Yinzu and Nats do look ready, so hopefully we get the cue to go down to them in a moment, because I'd love to hear from them. Yeah, Yinzu's ready. Hey, how you doing down there, Yinzu? You ready? Yeah, she's ready. All right. I'm sorry. I took too long. I'm sorry. That's on me. Yinzu, take it away.
I'm always ready, Pansy. Thank you very much. I'm now joined by Nats from Team Liquid. First of all, massive congratulations on that victory. I feel like this is the Team Liquid everybody wanted to see this season. And what a perfect time for you guys to actually look dominant. Did it feel good out there? How did you feel?
It felt very good. We showed very good performance today. We were very confident. And yeah, I mean, we did good today. I'm happy for what we did.
So what changed this week to lead you guys to look this good?
I mean, I'm not sure what changed. As we can see, everyone is like different right now. One week they're playing good, one week something happening. But today we were just feeling the game. We were ready for the game. We were ready for the pool of maps. And yeah.
One thing that did change, though, was your comp on Icebox.
Yeah.
For people that don't know, this comp hasn't been played a lot in the EMEA at all, but Liquid did previously run it before you joined them, and Yumpy was playing the Chamber back then. I think maybe Sliggy stuck him on that. Is that something that came from Yumpy? Like, why did you guys move to that comp today?
It came 2 hours ago.
2 hours ago?
Yes.
From who? How? Give me the details.
There is no details. It came 2 hours ago. We played that comp. We never played that before.
Oh, wow. So why did you decide to play it in an official if it only came 2 hours ago?
Sometimes you need to do something, right?
Yeah?
So, yeah.
Okay, and was it Kiko's choice to want to go on the Reyna? Was he keen to play the Reyna?
He was confident to play the Reyna, yeah, and we decided to put him there.
Oh, wow, that's a very, very good adjustment last minute. Now for you, Nats, today on the huddle on stage, we saw that you were very vocal. You were saying a lot of things to your teammates, and even during the tactical pause, you were also very vocal. I know you don't have to share with me exactly what you said, but what is your role on this team when it comes to that? Are you telling them about strategy, or are you telling them more kind of on the mental side?
I think I'm more helping Enzo and also reminding people about some kind of stuff, that we need to be faster somewhere we need to be slower, so that kind of stuff. So it's just more about that. There is nothing specific I'm doing there.
When it comes to helping Enzo, does that mean you're also doing that in the server? Are you more of a secondary caller on this team?
I'm more as a secondary caller. As we know, there is a lot of people who can call in this team anyway. But yeah, I'm like kind of trying to help sometimes if it's need to be done.
And how long have you been doing that for?
I'm doing that since I'm in the esports, I think.
Oh, wow. Okay, so even on Gambit, it was a very similar
Yeah,
system.
I mean, Redgar was the main caller, and I was helping him sometimes.
Even when you're on the lurk?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also super important, because when he's going to the one of the side of the map, he doesn't know what's happening on the second part. So we can work around that a lot.
Oh, I mean, it looks like a really great system. And last question, I'm not sure if you know this, but during your game, because how well you've managed to do, you qualify Team Heretics and you qualify Foot as well. They've been expressing their gratitude on social media, you know, saying thank you, Nats, thank you, Team Liquid. So is there anything you want to say to the Heretics boys and the Foot boys as well?
I mean, I'm glad they qualified, but it's more about our game. I'm glad we showed that kind of performance, and that's more about that. And I'm happy that we helped someone to qualify.
I feel like this system is crazy, right? You got to rely on other people, and it's just a lot of complications.
Everyone is qualifying because of someone right now.
Yeah, exactly. Na'Vi are the only ones that managed to actually qualify themselves. But thank you very much, Nats, for joining me. Congratulations once again. We got to wait for the next game, right, to see what's going to happen with you guys. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to take a break here, but when we come back, BBL will be taking the stage against Foot.
On the wall. Calling pistol. Against the toilet. Why are you dropping? I am the wingman, okay?
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition
of divine. Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, win, win, win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. Feel like a champ. MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line, definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line, definition of divine.
Show başlasın.
This is it, the final game of the regular split, and how poetic is it that we end up with Foot versus BBL. I'm your host, Yingsun, and I'm joined by Enzo from Team Liquid and Vlad here as well. Thanks so much, you guys, for taking the time to be here. Now, first of all, of course, before we jump into BBL versus Foot, thanks to Enzo and Team Liquid, Foot have already qualified.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys.
Yeah, so they're not playing with too much pressure anymore. But the thing is, Enzo, I gotta say, in order to give yourself, you guys a chance to still be in this race, to eliminate Gentlemates of all teams together, it must feel good, right, to get your revenge?
It does feel very nice because last year Ascension Grand Finals, that loss was in our memories, all of us, like at Liquid, you know. But we did put on a good fight today. We were really good, so I'm really happy with the win. Honestly, super happy with the win.
And now you are a Foot's #1 fan. I feel like you're going to be a hardcore fan of Foot. But Vlad, for those people that don't understand, is this considered a big rivalry in Turkey? How big of a game is this?
I mean, not only in Turkey, but also like the Turkish guys who ever live abroad, other than Turkey, right? This is the like one of the biggest rivalry in Valorant history, to be honest. I have goosebumps all over my place, you know. Right now, after last year, Foot eliminated BBL Esports in the same matchup last week, and it's gonna be almost the same circumstances, just like last year.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a moment. But first, if we take a look at the standings, one group, you know, filled out already. We know exactly who is going to be heading to playoffs from EMEA. It's going to be Na'Vi, Foot, and Heretics, but they will be playing for seedings now. So if Foot wins this game, they could potentially go through as seed 1. On the other side, however, Enzo, it's between you and BBL.
Footballist guys, you have to win. Listen, you have to win. It's a trade, you know. I qualify you, you qualify us, guys. You have to win.
I feel like that's a fair deal. What do they need to do, Enzo, for Foot, do you think, for them to win today? Because I still feel like they might be the favorites in this matchup.
I think they're the favorites. I think they've been playing incredibly well from the start of the season until now. They got better and better. And the thing that strikes me with Footballists is they have a very simple play style. They take space, they peek you, they destroy you. That's how they play. But there's no like shenanigans with crazy utility and crazy agents. Bro, they play Sage. So you know what? It's Chamber Sage and stuff. Like, I like how they play. It's very, very simple and very impactful. So yeah, I like to watch them. I like to play against them. Unfortunately, when we played, we lost. But you know, I mean they're doing great.
They're definitely solid in this matchup because they also have a great record against BBL. They won 5 times out of 6. BBL have only won it once. But let's talk about that matchup last year, Vlad. Like you said, the circumstances were identical. BBL needed to beat Foot to make playoffs. But what happened?
Foot actually eliminated BBL last year, as they should be doing this year as well, in order to secure their first, to be in the playoffs in the upper semi-final. They should be feeling like they should win over BBL, just like last year. Too much at stake for BBL Esports right now. Last week, at these hours, at these days, when they didn't play against Giant X, before that game, we were talking about BBL is going to either go first of their group or not. Right now, they might be out of playoffs as well.
Yeah, do you think, is it even fair to say that they were choking a little bit? Because last year, everybody said they choked the game against Foot. They had it in their grasp. What do you think, Enzo? Is that fair?
It could be fair from an observer point of view, but we never know what's going on inside teams. So it could be choke, it could be lack of experience, could be lack of firepower, could be so much, could be even the coach or anything, you know? So I would say we don't know. Maybe it makes it less fantastic, you know, but I would say it's hard to know because we don't know what's going on in the teams. And trust me, a lot of things are going on in the teams.
In which case, Vlad, do you think it's going to happen again? Is history destined to repeat itself?
But to be honest, right now, all BBL needs, of course, he wants Foot to win like desperately. He's going to sit and pray for Foot, right?
Yes.
For BBL, right now, pressure is building up. Thanks to Liquid, they didn't help them at all. Right now, only thing they need is a map win, which they can definitely do. I don't know about the complete series, but I think their map selection will really help them because they have wider map selection than what it used to be in the beginning of the season, and I believe it's only going to take a map.
Oh, I like actually the point on the maps. Like you said, they don't have to just rely on Ascent anymore. It's not just like the one map and done. Yeah. But on the other side of this though, CNED, it feels like when it comes to consistency, like you mentioned, Enzo, and getting better week by week, it's CNED, right? He just looks like he's back at his prime.
I think so, or at least he's getting back there. Because everybody says start of the year, CNED was not performing super well, even off season also, and then gradually, just like his team, he got so much better and better and back in form, back in shape for his team, and they need him. He's the spearhead of the team, right?
Yep.
So they need him so much, and I'm just happy to see him do that well. I'm not super happy to see him do that well against us, but
That's the thing.
you know.
What was your game plan against Foot? Because like you said, a lot of the times it's like just like find where CNET is and run the other way. Was that what you guys were doing?
No, it wasn't that. I think against Footballists we played maps where we did not see each other's comp because it was game number 2, you know. So there was no like, it's just our plan that mattered the most, and it was not centered on CNET. But I do remember what you're saying. Back in the days, long time ago, 2 years ago, it was, oh, CNET is there, go opposite, you know?
Yeah.
Is that still the same for today, you think, Vlad?
I mean, CNET broke his shackles after parting ways with Navi, right? He used to be like a guy who opens space for the whole team. Right now, he's both opening the space and taking individual decisions and destroying every team that he faces with. But right now, he's facing against Kuti, which is gonna be awesome to watch. Both at their best right now. I think for statistical approach anyway, Kuti is feeling awesome. CNET should be feeling awesome. It's gonna be a great matchup.
This is the thing. Normally when CNET goes up against another Turkish team, it's like, you know, it's CNET. He is the Turkish GOAT, the god, the player. And now he's going up against Akushina, who's also looking really good. And I do believe if you take a look at the stats, they're not that far apart. And in fact, I think Akushina is even ahead of CNET when it comes to first blood percentage. He's getting a lot of those first picks as well. What do you make of Akushina, Enzo? Have you watched much of his games?
Yeah, watched a lot, obviously, and played a lot against them in practice, a lot. And I just like what they do. I don't know, like both Footballists and BBL, they're so good to practice against because they have that unique play style, very bursty, very explosive, but also quite controlled because they need to be able to adapt against anyone, right? And I just like playing them.
Well, if you had a choice, would you rather take Kushina on your team or CNET on your team? If it was up to you. If you had to choose.
That question is so nice because it's so hard to
I mean, depending on the maps and agent comps you select with, right? Because like, I believe, as a matter of fact, Kuti is awesome race player, and for operator, you will take CNET.
If I have Yampi in my team, I go Kushner.
Oh, why?
But because Yampi can play what CNET plays, it's okay.
Oh, I see. You're thinking about like the team.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an unfair question for you because you already, you know, worked at Kushner and stuff, so you're going to say him as well, right?
I work with him. I mean, he's an awesome guy to work with. He's really hardworking. He got this big brain with him, and he's not only playing duelist but also helping with IGL on mid-round calls as well. He has a broad mind of understanding of the game, and I believe given the chance, he would go on the top at both like an IGL and also duelist.
Oh, does that give him more value, you think, as a duelist player that can also help with the mid-round calling?
I think you need it. You need to have a duelist in every team that is ready to speak for the micro things, which is, for example, we go right, we go left, we go there, like, or we do this execute right now because he can see, he's in front, so he can see exactly what's going on site. He can see the weakness and spot it. So it's nice that he worked with his IGL back there and be like, I can do this execute exactly like this because that's the weakness. I am in front, I can see it, you know? So that's what you need. I guess that's what they do, that's what a lot of people do, but you need that from your duelist,
Oh, wow. I mean, you're selling Kushner to me, but I got to take CNET. I mean, you're both taking Kushner, so I'll take CNET for myself. But let's talk about the IGLs because we have Pora on the one side. He was the OG Turkish, well, the only Turkish IGL for a long, long time. And on the other side, we got Mr. Farlin, who, you know, he said in the past, nobody else wanted to IGL. So I just said, you know what, I'll do it. I'll step up, I'll learn, and I'll become another Turkish IGL that could potentially challenge Pora. Obviously, last year, it was Suchny for BBL. Vlad, how different do you think this BBL is with Pora?
I mean, Suchny used to do lots of macro stuff. Poro also likes to do macro stuff and leave some micromanagement to the players as well, like taking individual space and everything. I think both Suchny and Poro are alike to each other from what I see from different, I mean, outside as well. But without working with IGL, you can always guess from outside, right? You don't know what's going on inside.
Yeah. What about Mr. Farlin? What do you think about his IGLing?
I like the way they've improved. I think he has to be one of the reasons why they improved so much. So, sorry, my team is shouting like my coach name in the outside, and it's crazy. No, I just want, guys, I just want footballists to win now. That's it. Like, come on.
Yeah, Mr. Fall is the greatest IGL that's ever lived in your mind
That's
right
what
now.
I mean. That's what I mean. They've been improving, bro. You have to win today. That's it. You gotta win, you know?
Honestly, the mid-round that he brought out against Fnatic completely convinced me. He had Fnatic read like a book, and hopefully, for your sake, Enzo, he'll have that BBL read like a book today as well. It's time for the ultimate Turkish derby breakdown. Here is BBL and Foot.
Hello everyone, I am Karahan, Turkish caster. Two Turkish titans, BBL Esports and Foot Esports will face each other. And before the Turkish derby, I will introduce you two teams. And from now on I will continue in Turkish. Teşekkürler. İlk olarak BBL Esports sahneye geliyor. BBL'in en keskini, yok edici ve BBL'in geleceği Headhunter, eğimi ve kendisi Elite. Takımın gözü ve kulağı, en büyük askeri, BBL'in yeni makinesi, Reezy. BBL'in yeni maestrosu, lider ve kaptan, EMEA'yı fethetmek için tekrar burada, Avrupa'ra. Takımın ateşi, yüzü ve bir neslin umudu büyük yıldız ve ikon, Executioner. Her zaman bu arenadaydı ve yükseklere oynadı. Hep büyük oynadı. Adı gibi Brave. Ve şimdi Foot Esports sahneye çıkmak için hazır. Görev adamı, gizli kahraman, büyük oyuncu ve büyük yetenek, Krax. Yakışıklı ve Foot'un yeni gözdesi. Yıllardır bu sahnede oynuyormuş gibi Starboy, Yiğit. Herkesin saygı duyduğu büyük akıl. Kimsenin göremediğini gören Mr. değil, Master Fallen. İlk şampiyon, ilk süperstar, kusursuz Jet artık yeniden evinde ve parlamaya devam ediyor. Snet! Takımın neşesi her daim herkesin yanında ve yardımında büyük kaptan, Ata Kaptan! Ve tekrar huzurlarınızda BBL koçları, Epic ve Element, Foot Esports koçları Gaze ve Sway. Bu derbinin eşi benzeri yok. Artık şov başlasın.
Turkish derby between BBL and Foot. We're going to take a look at the map vetoes in just a moment. This is the thing though, like I said, they played against each other 6 times, and the only 2 maps that BBL have remotely had chances on is Haven, which is not here,
Not
and
anymore.
Ascent. But BBL are no longer looking that great on Ascent, so we got any maybe concerns with the map pool, Vlad?
To be honest, BBL has prevailed lots of splits in Icebox this year. I think one of the picks are gonna be,
Here we go.
Icebox
They picked the Icebox.
has been picked. And Lotus, to be fair, you have to ban against Foot.
Even with that comp, I feel like people still don't want to play against them. But we're going to get Bind, Icebox followed by Ascent. Enzo, you did play against Foot on Icebox. How did you feel? If you remember.
I believe we have lost. They're playing well together, and just because, like I said before, they've been improving so much in the next weeks, the past week, sorry. I believe in them. You know what? Today, I believe in Footballist so much, and they win Bind, they win Icebox.
All right.
Would be insane.
I'm going to give you some hopium and copium on top of that. Foot played against BBL 6 times. BBL have never beaten them on Bind, have never beaten them on Icebox, but have beaten them on Ascent. There we go. So potentially 2-0, you think? That if the stats dictate?
You need the stats, you can trust them, you know?
They never lie, they never lie.
It's really interesting that Split has been vetoed out from BBL and they left Ascent for Decider. I mean, they haven't been showing really good on Ascent, but on Split, they were confident. But right now against Foot, I think Foot used to play nice Split as well this season. So that's the reason why they banned Split.
Yeah, there's a bit of mind games going on too. We're going to head to Agent Select in just a moment, but it feels like you guys were talking about Foot experimenting, they keep improving, but they have been doing crazy stuff left, right, and center. They tried like a lot of different things. Do you think, I mean, given the fact that you guys came up with your Reina Chamber comp within like 2 hours ago, as Nat said,
yes.
Do you think this is a good time to maybe bring something out to surprise your opponents?
If you want to enjoy a Viper, for example, while the update is still playable for us on that stage, then why not? I mean, Viper is pretty good on the map, but I think... Oh, we can see it now. Whoa, a Viper!
Oh, there we go.
I mean, for Ascent, a Viper would be insane.
Oh.
But you can see that on Bind now, the Vipers are still up. And even after the updates, they might be still up, you know?
Well, the major change here is CNET has gone from the Sage, Vlad, to a Raze.
Yep. Cracks used to play sometimes Raze as well. Last year against Fnatic, Foot prevailed so good against Fnatic on Bind. They parted A side into 2 ways. They pick LEM control, and then they pop flash backside with Cracks and taking all the space there's left on A side, having a hard time for defense to retake it.
Thing is, going up against Kushner though on the Raze versus Raze battle might be one of the only areas I feel like Kushner could potentially come out on top. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think so, but BBL has choked a lot last week against Giant X, right? Especially in the defense. They lost so many ground and couldn't do a proper retake. And on attacking side as well, somebody from Giant X individually picked them and stopped the attack as well. So they have to be really careful today.
Yeah, and lastly, before I let you go, Enzo, I hope they're ready because Mitch is waiting for you in the caster booth on the other side. He can hear you, and I know it will mean the world to him if you did the toss, you know, do the honors. Just be like, over to you, Mitch. He would love it.
Mitch, my friend, over to you.
Merci beaucoup, frérot.
See you later.
Get out of here,
Cool.
Tom.
All right,
You know what,
bye.
Enzo? If you want to come up here, I could use a new co-caster. Oh, he's coming back. Never mind. What an incredible matchup we've got here, Tom.
Yeah, I'm not
the
leaving
Raze
this
v
on.
Raze battle, Foot versus BBL, a historic rivalry. It goes back quite a while. We've even got the watch parties here. I know I saw Vitagen is in the house. There's a lot of the BBL fans. I don't know how this one's going to go, but for Liquid, I think Enzo's hoping that Foot take this 2-0.
Yeah, that's the thing. Foot are looking at it from their own perspective, though. I'll be honest, I don't think they give a damn about how it affects Liquid. I think they're more thinking about how it affects them getting top of the group. Get that bye, get that extra win for free that you get by basically just skipping one of the stages. And, of course, you go into double elimination. You can't be single eliminated in the playoffs. So I think it's such an important win for Foot as well. I definitely don't think they're going to give it up just because BBL want to get to the playoffs.
No, I don't think so. This is a big matchup for the side of Foot. Even if the stakes were low, I'd expect them to come in swinging to try and take down the regional rivals of BBL. And Foot, as we saw, put CNET on that race. We've been praising his Jet quite extensively. I'm excited to see what he can do on this agent as well.
Is,
Never been a slacker.
Yeah, on this map, he was playing Sage. They've tried Raze. They've tried a few different things. Even at one point, we've seen him on Neon on this map. But the fact is, it definitely hasn't been the most comfortable of choices, especially when you compare to Kushner on the other side. But I'm never going to doubt CNET in any of these scenarios, and he may not be in spot for this round. But you've got both initiators there, a lot of information available to them, and already with the knife being shot, okay, it doesn't get them all the info, but it gets them enough.
Yeah, Mr. Fallen might not have the Dizzy to work with, but still a flash on Cracks as well. BBL have their own, though. Breezy lining up the dog right now. It's gone through. Flash on the back of it, you'd imagine. No, just a straight-up swing. The flash comes behind Kushner, letting him get close, letting him take these fights and win them. Nice little double to open things up. Brave, the one to find that second, as Foot now find themselves locked out of B. And it's going to be tough to find their way back through. They've got a Viper wall to try and block out those longer range angles, but BBL have taken a lot of their players onto the site.
Needed a kill and not going to find one. Breezy already there. Brave alongside it, and it's not quite flawless, but it's as clean as for BBL. A huge start for them in a match that, as says, it's integral for them to make it through to the playoffs. A victory not only takes them to playoffs, but also wins them the group. That's how crazy this scenario is right now. They lose this series 2-0, they're out. They win it in any capacity, and they win the group. It's just ridiculous how this Alpha group has ended up.
I don't recall stakes like this ever.
No, it's insane.
One match for top or bottom. Yeah. Incredible. I suppose it wouldn't be the bottom, right? That slot's already occupied, but, well, you're not really going to care if you're the first or second loser. No. All that matters is you ain't going to playoffs. For BBL, already one round under their belt. A big stack up from Foot, trying to use the firing squad of Classics, and that has worked out very well. Damage is done, but converting any further kills should be quite difficult.
Well, you say that. Who's the last man standing, Mitch?
Oh, add a captain with a classic.
Add a captain with a classic.
Enzo's sweating backstage.
Well, a chance, but yeah, it's a very slim one. They've retrieved the guns as well. We'll take those through to the next round. The thing is, this BBL squad at times has been incredibly explosive, and it doesn't look like we're going to be losing that, because that's always one of the worries. Like, there was a chance they came into this match where they're in the same position as Foot, but they're just battling for the top of the group. They didn't need anything for qualification, but as you said, Liquid did the business earlier on. But it does seem like they're still going into this as confident as ever, knowing that the stakes there. And there is also a world, I want to say this, if they lose 2-1, there's a pretty decent chance they still qualify as long as the game is close. If they get smashed in the 2 maps and then win one close, maybe there's a way that they get eliminated, but I would say that that's a lot less likely.
Yeah, there's a couple clear-cut paths to playoffs for some of these teams, and then the rest of it gets pretty murky when it comes down to the most math behind it.
Just win.
Exactly. You win,
or you're in the bin.
You have a better chance.
That was it. That was Sue's quote.
There you
remember.
Go.
I pay attention.
Sometimes. Well, it's rifle round for Foot. About to have a fight on its hands. It was just poor as the smoke faded. He's able to win that one pretty easily, getting out of there with most of his HP. Utility still rocked up on that attack side, and no need to push. No overextension from the attackers. Confident now that they've got the advantage. They'll let the clock run down and hope Foot make another mistake.
Losing Mr. Fallen is 50% of that information. They're going to go hunting for the rest. The timing on the Tiger, not the best and not able to correct. It's a good recovery, and actually Cena continues to push. If he goes any further, he's going to end up spotting the spike. This could be a huge problem for his opponents. It's going to be retrieved, or it just about makes it around the corner. However, that's so much info for the rest of the team. Yedeje is there to kick things off and give them that advantage.
Yeah, Krax has even got some support to play with here. Not able to use the flash up because he blind Yedeje, but he's got his gun in hand, ready to duel, and the swing is good. Foot right back on the board. 1 round found. For BBL, well, they're not going to be devastated by that loss. Remember, this is the 3rd round. One that they're not favored to win, and it came down to a decent margin up until these last few fights, which was utter domination. But they found the opening duel, and then lost out a little bit on the map control with a well-timed push out of Foot through Hookah. Round 4 sees that full buy right back up, though. A few players getting close to ultis as well. We could have a pit or an orbital strike for either side.
Still plenty available. But as you said, it's still just down to the firefights. Spreading an early net just to try and catch any aggression. They know that Foot will like to push them on this one. Obviously for BBL, this has been one of the maps they've struggled on a little bit more, losing in this split to Giant X in fairly dominant fashion. And then losing to Koi as well. They're not the teams you really want to be losing on a map to. It probably tells you everything you need to know. For Foot, close loss to KC. They've always been pretty stellar on this map. For now, though, it's slow from BBL. Taking their time. Shower's control has been fought for and claimed for Foot for now. But again, it looks like they're going to try and walk up towards mid, but slightly denied for the moment by some of the Viper util.
Well, BBL happy to get their toxins back online before they make this push, I'd imagine. Never mind. They're going straight out ahead of it, looking for some fights. It looks like they're soon to get them. The bait as the plant is faked to attempt to draw them into open combat. Blast pack used, mosh pit in. The utility response is there from Foot, but there seems to be a response from BBL. They want to get aggressive. Kushner swinging through the smoke is being caught. Yedishe finds Reezy, but BBL still have one player left behind on the site. Elite trapped. Already having taken down Mr. Fallen, it looks like he'll just about escape, but they're on his tail, about to see this double TP straight through. They know he's still inside, and Captain has confirmed it and is now closing the distance on the door. They'll open it, presumably with that snake bite, and leave Elite down in the dumps. In fact, no,
they didn't.
Rotating around in a long way.
Just patience.
Now the Captain will get it anyways.
Yeah, I think that he just waited for the moment that his teammates didn't go through the TP, knowing that he would eventually have to leave. This now leaves things in a pretty problematic scenario for the remaining pair of BBL. Horror's going to try and get aggressive. Needs to win the fight, and the timing couldn't have been any worse. Now it's all on to Brave, and it's a couple of tasty shots. A little bit unlucky not to get both. But nonetheless, the round has gone the way of Foot, and they will equalize early on.
No accounting for the fire rate, but if he had a Vandal, that could have worked out perfectly.
Do you know something cool, by the way?
left on CNED. What's that?
Now, someone can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure if both of these teams qualify, then every single Turkish player in EMEA will have made it into the playoffs, which is 13 Turkish players.
Can't think of a solo Turkish player left out.
Obviously, yeah, you've got Alpha as well. You've got the guys over on Heretics.
Rians, yeah.
But that is impressive. 13 players in 6 different teams. You're getting close to 50% of the entire thing being Turkish players.
Listen, Tom,
taking over.
You go back to 2021, 2022 and tell me in the future we're going to have half the league be Turkish players. I believe you. I wouldn't think you're crazy. I'd understand it entirely. The region's only grown as younger talent comes up. Shows what they can do. It's good to see players like CNED, though, still around. And I think this year as well, having that massive resurgence. He'd been good before, great in the past, and now back to excellence. BBL side looking to take over A with the weaker weapons. They've gotten a lot of space out of this. The utility sure delays the plan slightly, but at the end of the day, they're waiting for Foot to run out of utility and have to take these fights with weapons in hand. That's when the numbers advantage could come into play. Orbital Strike used here by Brave to isolate some fights, then Showstopper comes online, fired to heaven. Not a great angle forward, and not one that will find a connection. CNED again on a sliver of health late in the round, but he's surviving, and these shots are not landing. Reezy on 20 HP, flanked out by Yedishe, leaves Elite with absolutely nothing to do. In fact, it's even CNED on 2 health to swing and find the last kill.
Just see that things. I feel like he gets stronger as the round goes on. The more health he loses, the higher his headshot percentages. It's definitely absurd. And that's a round where, again, if you look at what was invested in terms of finances for BBL, you go, oh, a couple of kills, plant, it's not too bad. The unfortunate truth is what they invested in the ultimates. You got yourself the Orbital Strike and the Showstopper. I'm not gonna lie, that's making my feet shake.
The ground is shaking.
Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
And this is only the start of the first map, Tom. Plenty more to go. But like you said, BBL committed a lot. That Orbital Strike, that Showstopper not finding the win. It was with low buy, and I can respect the hustle to come in on a low buy round and say, hey, we're gonna bridge the gap somehow. This is how we do it. Isolating fights off Orbital Strike, using Showstopper, didn't work. This Showstopper, little bit better. Right at Reezy's feet as Krax pushes up to claim control of Bat. Backed up by Yedishe, although that support was not really needed. BBL found themselves investing all their credits into this one after using ultis in the previous, and now, a matter of seconds into the round, Tom, they have been put in their place. The 4th round seeming inevitable for Foot at this stage.
Well, this is the thing when you're playing up against Foot. They are a team that you might look at some of their compositions and go, okay, this is fairly conventional. That doesn't mean they're going to use it in a conventional way. They are very aggressive in the manner in which they play this defense, and the set play there couldn't have been better. They catch 2 players rushing forward, the 3rd isolated from the Showstopper in showers. And now the remaining 2, it's a decision of if you even try anything here. Obviously, you don't want to allow Foot to survive with this many players, but at the risk of your own finances, maybe wanting to keep something into the next round. For now, though, did look like they were trying to challenge. I love the fact that
30
there's someone on
seconds
the other. I think might have been Mr. Fowler just spamming into that smoke. And look how much health CNED has. Again, 2 HP last round, 1 HP this round.
It does feel like he's playing an RPG at this point. Like, the guy loses HP, gains critical hit points or something, a critical hit chance, perhaps. Nothing but heads.
He gains dodge.
Dodge, yeah, literally.
It's like, there's an 80% chance that your bullets won't hit him.
Oh, man, sometimes, I mean, if you were playing this guy from home, you'd say it was the ping, but, well, you don't have that excuse here. He's just better. 4 rounds locked in now for the defensive side as the clock runs down, and nobody will be taking those weapons out of BBL's hands, so they'll still have something to spar with coming in to round number 7. But for now, you can see the ult usage on the side of Foot finding a little bit more value than it did vice versa, and wow, Cracks the pop flash, isolates a 1v1 duel. We talked about this the other day when the guy wasn't even playing. Cracks' KO for me is a staple. I don't think I've seen a KO that impresses me as much and as consistently as this man.
His Sage is kind of good too.
His everything is good. His everything is good. His KO is great.
And that's the one thing I'm sad about not having Split. I think it's cool to see CNED versus Kushner, but it would have been cool also to see Cracks versus Kushner in the same battle. And then obviously CNED over on the chamber, but I think I agree with Vlad as well. The fact that BBL have taken this one to Ascent in the end, when they could have taken it to Split, which is a map that both teams have looked good on. It's where I expected it to go. This round though, ult's back online, at least, in the form of Seekers. They can get the information of these aggressive pushes. But this defense has been dynamic. A switch up of personnel once again, the double initiator here, as they try and push through mid once again.
Oh, Mr. Fallen's going to be under pressure to take that fight. Reezy winning it out. It looks like a null command going into play for Cracks, but he's not able to fight ahead of those smokes. They've lost the space, they've conceded it, and the plan has come through at this point. Foot are forced into that retake, but they won't be too upset about it. Look what they've got to work with when they put feet back on the site. Viper's Pit out of Yedije. He's going up towards Heaven, which makes me a little bit nervous. You also have to contemplate in the side of BBL, their post plans. Molotov on Brave could be in play. We can see his position on the map, and yes, indeed, he's playing that post plant molly. So now there's a bit of time pressure on Foot. They have to win these fights relatively quickly as they move their way forward. Sure, Pora's drop, but still haven't cleared out lamps, and this is where big problems could be brewing. Elite still on that off-angle, clean kill on the planter, or diffuser, pardon, and 3 in total. A nice position and a fantastic follow-up for BBL to find a round.
Yeah, that made me really nervous because that Molotov was slightly off and they could have actually gotten the defuse there, but luckily, when you have players like Elite, sometimes the utility can miss and he'll just wipe everyone out anyway.
I kind of feel like that molly helped them out because you're obviously not going to stick the plant, are you, if the molly lands and then you buy your time. Here, they're like, oh, look, they made a mistake, we can defuse it. Wall goes down, and this happens. Nice and easy. The last, not so much. It was CNED he was up against. They made it look effortless. 4-3. BBL not going to let Foot run away with this one. They'll keep it close, which is a win condition for them, even if they don't take the series.
That's true. They'd still need a map. But if they keep it close all the way through, a map is enough. But that's the thing. I feel like we've seen so many players that come into the league this year that have been exciting. We can talk about Woot as of recent. We could talk about anyone on Heretics and KC, and I think you're going to excite most people. But Elite has been one of the real sort of standouts. This guy has been the reason that this team has been so unbelievably good. Pora setting up for the ult. Again, it's going to be pressure, but Anna Captain already manages to find an opener. And this has just gone a little wrong. They've used the ult, but there's not really a way they can play off it.
Yeah, kept way back on this. BBL now have to find an alternate solution to breaking through this defense, and it's not going to be dry running it, at least. You can't imagine it is. CNED sat in the corner. Thrash put through at a Captain right up on it to trade through the wall, but doesn't need it. Not with spams like that from CNED, and that was blind fire to take down another player, to take down Elite, remove that Viper utility, and send BBL to a familiar situation. 2 versus 5, 30 seconds on the clock, and they're saving. But this time, Yedije's ahead of it. He doesn't want them to carry these weapons through to the next. Instead, he's hunting them in their spawn. And now the rest of Foot are on their way. 18 seconds plus some post-timer. Pora's got to hold on strong if he wants this weapon for the next, and no way to hit the shot on Cracks. 5 for Foot, and nothing carried through for BBL.
Yeah, again, it creates a fairly awkward scenario for them, because Foot have been able to complete a few of these rounds with a fair amount of people surviving, whereas if you look at the other side of things, well, it was sort of that clutch scenario in the last round of Elite doing a lot of damage. It meant a couple of players had some money to spend, but in this round, they can't really afford to do anything. Now, they do have a Viper's Pit. We've already seen them commit a couple of ults in scenarios that had risk around them. I don't think I'd necessarily mind it being committed, especially if they're going to purchase up a few SMGs, if they can get into that position to begin with. But I think that's been one of the bigger problems, is once they're in the after plant, it's looked all right. It's been difficult to get there in the first place, though. Foot have been very proactive in the way that they're playing this defensive side, continuously pushing, but also just in different avenues every single time.
You can see it in this round as well, right? How quickly they're able to slow the play after Pora puts through his Rolling Thunder. This is something that the second you see it come through, maybe there's one player on site who's got his rifle ready to fight, but you're about to be flooded and Mosh Pit goes in. What are you going to do? Run through that? Even with the stun up, they're probably going to connect the kill. Timeout for BBL as they look to discuss these problems. Icebox is their pick. That's up next. So even a loss here would be understandable somewhat. But Foot haven't looked terribly shaky on Icebox. The Vitality game had issues, but honestly, they seem like issues you can solve with a little bit of rejigging, probably the composition.
They were glaring issues of, just not running yourself an agent that could really spot mid in the form of the
flanked on mid.
So yeah, I think that, like, realistically, I never feel confident ever going into a map versus Foot, because they're just a team that can sometimes just blitz anyone.
And the one thing coming in, maybe we talk about Ascent, but you know, the 82nd province for these guys, but the reality is BBL, we even had the conversation on the desk start of the week, it's just not their map anymore. And they even said it, that it's no longer their Istanbul. So, well, up against Foot, I'd say a Turkish team will win the map, but I'm not sure I'd be favoring BBL.
It will be a Turkish map today, as will all the others. Here we go, though. Kushner with a hero rifle. Gonna try and pad the gap, and it's not gone great for Reezy at the start. Again, this pressure, but it's almost like a trading of places. The defense has taken control almost towards the spawn. And on the other side, they managed to get into the plant. You can see BBL trying to bait them in. They're tapping the plant just to almost get somebody to peek, give them a little bit of information, but that hasn't really been the case. Foot more than happy to try and hold their ground. Nade as well will make things a lot more awkward, and as they try and pressure, they've got to be ready for a second player to be there. At a captain is the snake in the grass.
Oh yeah, he's very late on this too. And it's not like they can commit Kushner to watching the angle for much longer. His head's been ripped clean off from heaven. Players coming out of spawn too. Once you hear these close steps, that's where your eye's drawn to, and this is where Out of Captain, well, now he's just with the rest of the team, popping a paranoia, clearing up all this space and leaving these pistols in a really tough spot. Elite has a chance with a body shot to Mr. Fallen, but the round's already slipped away. How much more can he take out of their hands? A couple rifles, some reinvestment, but ultimately 6-3, 3 rounds left to play for. Foot are in prime position to close this half out with a big advantage.
Yeah, literally they lost the pistol second round, and then one round where it was the retake where Elite managed to slam them back before they could get anything done. It has been a solid performance from Foot so far, and there are no slouches on either side of this map. Again, Viper's Pit still available for Elite. And Pora is going to be the one to take the hit after the hero rifle in the last round. The fact is, though, they're using these early concussors in an attempt to try and slow down Foot, but it is not slowing them at all. They are pushing this again.
Yeah, we start with the flash out of cracks, the paranoia used, the nade now forcing them out of position into the fight, and that's exactly what Foot want. The kills found, and favorably for the defensive side with BBL trailing, and Pora tries to bridge the gap, loses the fight, loses the spike. Where's he going? C-Ned's blast packing around like a lunatic. The cracks has got him covered. That's going to be a frustrating aim duel to try and take. And now all that's left is for Brave to 1v4, all players in the same position, and the 3 remaining to carry their weapons forward for a 7-3 lead. And a statement start out to this series.
That was almost like, you know, the little guy talking smack, and then like the big bouncer comes up behind him. That's what it felt like. It's like, look at me, and then Cracks just deletes everyone. And it has been like, just look across the board. Cracks 11-5. Yedajay 10-6, Cena 10-4. Like, they are having a field day on an individual level. They are fighting aggressively. And that's the thing, at this point, their opponents, as I said, setting up stunts to try and stop them being able to fight for these positions, try and make things a little bit more awkward. And they don't care. And the one time they don't do it is when should have set his showstopper. They wanted to try and counter them directly with an ult, and there's no one here.
And they're slowed down by the mosh pit. What a trade out. An ult for cheap piece of utility, but one that's found so much impact in this series so far. Mr. Fallen might not be fragging, might not be leading from the front, but he's doing his job, and that's all he needs to do. This time, though, Ada Captain goes down. Damage already done. Showstopper back in from CNET. Nade in from CNET. These players are in trouble. CNET's just shredding them in Lamson. It was a good start, but a terrible finish for BBL. Elite 38 HP. Sure, he's got a Viper's Pit, but you're only going to bring them down to your level. Welcome to your world, quite literally.
Yeah.
And a shot through the smoke's going to take you down pretty quickly.
And this is the problem. I think he's had that now for what, 4, 5 rounds maybe? It's been a long time that this Viper's Pit has been available, but they're not even getting close to post plants most of the time. It's scenarios where, again, it's just they're not getting showers control. Every time they try and wrap in through mid, it's just given up by Foot. Foot are allowing them the space. And while the B hits have mostly just been denied by utility, and then the rotations are in fast enough that Foot are able to hold. BBL definitely struggling on this attack side. And what Elite has said, he's been unbelievable this season, but 38 HP, a Spectre, 3 players behind, and CNED is behind him.
Oh, that's
absolutely no hope.
That timing is incredible. I mean, we watched him the whole time, shift walking all the way around. The 2 zeros out in the crowd. And Foot, well, if they keep up this momentum, it won't only be a 2-0, it'll be a quick and clean one. Look at this from Cena, the nade kill after his back covered. They try to push him in front. He showstoppers. They come behind him to take him down as he's nading. Well, he's got cover. Then you got to run out the nade. No, can't get out in time. There's just nowhere to go. Hey, I said his Jets being good, and I didn't expect him to be a slacker on the raise, but looks like he can draw our eye just the same. 13-4 at the moment. Very impactful showstoppers too. Very impactful utility. And the guy's hitting heads.
Yeah, and now you've got the setup of Yadajay blocking off every angle you can walk through, and CNED blocking off every angle you can jump through. No good option on B, in other words, but it's understandable that Foot have placed this immediately because, like the last few rounds, BBL have tried to fight into that A side of the map. It has failed miserably. They now get to put all of their players with flashes and information utility on the other side of the map as well. So either way, it's not going to be an easy take for BBL, but they do have themselves up to strike. Viper's Pit, if they need it. Nothing spotted outside of the B site as well. They will know exactly where this is coming from.
Okay, they might know where it's coming from, but dealing with these players this time could be a different challenge altogether. Good flash, but Kushner, his team flash in fact, but it works nonetheless. Gets the others closer to take down those kills. Kushner's wrap was perfect. Smoke up top blocked out anyone from helping. And finally, Viper's Pit has come into play. So BBL, 4 versus 2. A lot of damage done, granted, but Orbital Strike in play. Viper's Pit already up. Spike planted, time ticking, shots coming close. CNET spams through walls have been unbelievable at times. There's one through the pit, but it was Tracers. Orbital Strike pushes him back. His life should be fairly limited at this point. 1 HP, spamming with a Vandal and a Snake Bite that catches him as it unfurls. They even drop the pit to leave Yedajay in the open. And at this point, there's no way they let him away with it. 8 rounds for Foot at the half, but BBL crept back up in the end. 4 is not ideal, but it's doable. Let's see how their defensive side's going to kick off.
Yeah, it's definitely not a death sentence. We've seen teams on this map in the past definitely struggle with the attack side. A lot of the time it's the narrow choke points and also just the slow timing you almost have to go for to try and methodically clear a lot of those aggressive angles. And it's safe to say the Poor is definitely still believing that the squad could turn this one around. As I said, this map has not been comfortable for them pretty much all season. I think at kickoff, I think it was the first map of kickoff, they managed to beat Na'Vi. I think we mostly put that down to it being a first map of Na'Vi. Rather than anything else, but
which is the trend. Farriers up, but a slow approach from Foot. Now we saw BBL's initial 5-6 rounds. They were just planting their feet in the ground, letting Foot push, although Foot didn't. This time, Foot are looking to be a bit more proactive. But that Viper Orb has put a big problem up for them. It's synced with their wall, so they're not going to have their own toxins to cross with. They've already lost a player on the way through. The defensive side can now just sit tight and wait for the reactions. And as we look towards Hookah, it looks like a lot of pressure will be on Brave with a frenzy up close and 3 players too. In fact, about to peek him. CNED wins the fight. Sight now under threat. Good nade, great nade. This utility from CNED, it's been perfect. And Cracks jumps up on the wall for one with the decay. Well, now all of a sudden, Footer looking to win this round, looking favored, and they've isolated Kushner. Another 3K from...
Oh no. Look away, cut away. I don't want to see this.
And here we go. For the first time, Elite swings in and catches one, that's all. Seems like Yedege was his kryptonite.
Just couldn't land those shots. Seen it on the other
What
hand.
shots? I didn't see it.
I need to see his shots from his POV because it just seems again and again. I'm thinking back to the pistol round he won on Breeze, but I think this last... Okay, the nade one was good. This shot was ridiculous, and that was just so clean. Like, it's been fantastic. Putting him back in a Turkish team definitely seems to have brought him... Oh my God.
It's incredible. They've got the drums out and everything.
I like how it says the future is for... You're going to need a bigger building. If it gets any more than that, guys, come on. You're going to have the whole of Turkey in there.
Need every screen in the cinema. Flash didn't catch anyone. Pora sat inside this smoke, was hoping they'd get a connection. Nothing lands, no more flashes for Reezy. They're just gonna wait for this smoke to fade. He's tucked up close, but they're watching it. Take a look at Ada Captain. More than ready for that push to take place, and take a look across the map. One player on mid, one watching Bath push. They've even got, I think it's Wingman. Yeah, he's up and on his way through Hookah. So they've cleared a ton of space, denied any aggression from BBL, and now they stack up to gamble into a site. The problem, Tom, is the gamble is taking place towards what is now a 4-man stacked up site. It's only weaker weapons, but with these pistols and Turkish players, you never know what you're gonna get. Foot, though, off to a good start.
Yeah, luckily, Foot also have Turkish players, so they have the perfect counter. One of them even having a sheriff of his own. Nice shot from Elite. Braves also got one more. They're definitely making this a little more competitive, but as quickly as the hope begins, it fades. 10-4. Foot running away with this. I agree. Give him a sheriff and relax. This round, though, it's going to be a fairly strong bonus round out from Foot. Like, if there's going to be any semblance of hope in a response, it needs to be this round victory for BBL. And while CNED and Yedege alone having Vandals could sometimes be enough.
Oh, it definitely could be. Yeah, even those weaker weapons, don't underestimate the Bulldog. Maybe underestimate Mr. Fallen Stinger. You're all right for that one. But
oh, he's going to get 3.
Yeah, this is the round. This is the round, just to prove me wrong. The reactions from BBL, again, we've seen this a few times. Elite just popping up the orb the second the wall comes in play. They're just going to battle with the Toxins to see if one team can catch a timing late in the round. The mistake will take place. Knife up and over, clears out Bath, and that space is taken immediately. Yedege pushing up. Keep an eye on if he ends up taking one of these orbs. But it is all just default play to take map control and set up for later kills. BBL trying to react to this a little bit, but ultimately sticking in their 3-2 for now. I guess that flash is going to come out of Reezy eventually, though, to clear... in fact, it's the Tiger that's on its way down long right now, and it looks like it has caught Ada Captain. Still, what do you do with the information? One player outside B long.
And the main threat is building up towards Hookah. No rotation yet from the side of BBL. They still don't have the info. The jump spot being attempted, but for now, at least, this has been avoided. Smoke will go down, but immediately CNED's gone straight through it. The shot from Reezy's good, though. Drops him out of the sky. A Brave swinging has caught another couple. This is a solid hold when it comes to the B site. And while Yedege now left alone, 20 seconds, may just even want to make sure that he holds onto the gun.
Looks like that's locked in at this point. No one to contest him either. What a hold from BBL. That wall goes up, and nothing can break through it. And I think from the side of Foot, it's the first bump in the road, really. I don't think they got to be too worried about it. That's
no hands.
Yeah,
impressive.
Interesting composition. Yeah, I think the initial flash that comes out of Gecko on the way through from Mr. Fallen, just that little split second too late on the way through.
I think also the interplay there was just perfect. So you had Reezy's initial contact. When they're focused on him, Brave swings. When they then switch back, Reezy swings again. Like they basically played off of each other as well as they could have done. Obviously for Foot, yeah, it may have been a bit better if they could isolate those battles, but...
I think that's the difference between CNED landing and getting that shot off and not, right? The flash just came in just as he died. But again, those things can be easy to have a little hiccup, a little bump in the road that you hit on the way through. Plenty more rounds for them to adjust course. And with 10 to 5 on the board, BBL have a long way to go before they're back in this in a competitive environment. Full buy up for Foot. Ults coming online and the most scary one of all, CNED. Yeah, those showstoppers are often used just for sectioning off parts of the map control, pushing players back, but CNEDs have been finding kills every single time.
He also uses it as a booster sometimes.
Yeah.
So I need to get a little bit further. I'm going to boost myself with the showstopper and then headshot you. But now, though, again, much more tempered in their aggression, patient. BBL do have a good read. The stun as well, if put into place at the right time, could set them up wonderfully. And there you go. It's brought this to a halt. You can already see the rotation sprinting from Brave. The pot flash is good though, and actually Adacaptain, he's just got swinging off the back of it. Takes a bit of a risk, and Kushner's there. 2 kills immediately, goes for a little bit more. Might have got a bit greedy. His teammates aren't really available to stop them, but I'm loving the position of Reezy. This is so much more passive than you'd normally expect. He is waiting for them to drop out, already finding the kill, and he won't quite get the second, but 11 HP for Cracks. Good luck.
That will be an impressive 1v3 if he can pull this across the line. That A hold was unbreakable. They've shown that B is strong as well. Good signs for BBL's defense early on. We just need to see them close this round, and they will. Luckily, that 11 HP, it's not enough, even with the wall in the way, to keep him alive. 6 rounds for BBL. A good attempt out of Foot, almost the recovery. I think Reezy saved them. Really, it's Kushner, though, in this position. You gotta clear Kushner on the way through, and they won't make that mistake again.
No, you can't imagine. I think that was more, again, just Adacaptain trying to catch a timing, but didn't work out.
He also heard the player running back in spawn. He heard those steps on the metal, so you think there's one there, one in heaven? What are the chances they've got just a guy tucked away and that they're abandoning him to basically die in an isolated duel?
Well, economy-wise, but not in the best spot, but they do have that showstopper, null command, and a hero rifle for Yedajay, so still opportunities. This could be a good chance for BBL to really build up some of those finances. Allow for rebuys, but more importantly, they've got 3 ults that are 1 orb away.
That's it, right? This is a round where, for BBL, sometimes we'd look at it as a moneymaker round. And sure, it can be that, but it's not like you're going to see Foot run away with it and BBL go, well, at least we've got cash, guys. They're a little too far behind for that sort of carry on. But building up those ultimates coming into the next round, now that could be huge, to have that safety net that if things do get out of control, you can fall right back on it. If Kushner has a big round, he'll be right on a showstopper, too. Well, he almost had a quick round. Yedajay dropped. One towards Pora. There's Elite picking up his Viper's Pit. The players on Foot have rotated around. Still, BBL are sat in positions. Reezy hasn't been given this up even late into the previous round, and we can see that Brave is also in spot. This could be both of those remaining ultimates farmed up right here and now.
In a good position. Flash out, it's going to give both players away. May go down to his paranoia, is in. And has managed to find them a couple. Again, though, the rotation already on spot, but the rifle's been picked up by Adacaptain. He's going to be waiting close to the smoke. It'll definitely be a gamble to go through it. I think they're going to try and patiently wait on the other side. As that plant now comes in, the nade is going to force Cracks into a bit of a more awkward position. Adacaptain immediately traded it. It's almost there for Cracks, but Pora is a safe pair of hands. And I want to say, I absolutely love watching the way that Pora plays this defensive side. It reminds me of like an old school DRX, where he, you know the way they used to play Split, where he just sits almost all the way back, I think it was Stacks, and would just set up stuns. Like he's just going, okay, we need to stun here, I'm going to stun here. We need to stun here, I'm going to stun here. And that's all he's doing. He's just going, okay, they're playing A short, stun. Okay, they're playing towards showers, stun. And then he has, again, the aftershock that goes through the boxes to deny their run and cross onto the site. He's keeping his teammates safe. Is that going to be reflective on the scoreboard? No, it's not. You're not going to find anything from that. But he is basically orchestrating from the back as the leader, which it's a selfless role. It's one where if things go wrong in the future, you might be the guy that gets left behind. But but it also might be the guy that wins your games.
Well, that's it. And you got to hope that your team management and everyone like that is able to sit back and look a little deeper than just the statistics and the spreadsheet. Sometimes there's that little bit more to the game. And I think for Pora, you saw even in that last fight, I think they delayed the nade a little bit, but the fact that the stun was lined up ready to go, although it didn't come in on time, could well have gotten the kill, and I'm sure it will in the future. For Foot, 4 ultimates online. Can be a big dump of a round if they decide to go for it all in, but sometimes they've only needed the one. Big ult dump round, you know? Just dump all the...
Okay.
Because they dump all their ults.
Okay. You didn't use the word ult.
I didn't, shortened it a little.
Both teams ready to dump. As we will now have that wraparound coming in already. Yadusha, I think he was stunned up there. He still manages to hit the shot. Maybe that's the curse of the breach. Well, he did get attacked by the thresh, but it doesn't matter. Yadusha's just hitting every head. It leaves it all up to Brave. A 1 versus 3 scenario. An impossible position to fight from. Still has a Molotov, but he still believes there's someone towards the showers. In fact, though, Yadusha has abandoned that spot. Going to try and get onto that diffusal. He's done some damage, but doesn't even know the second player's there, and another one is wrapping in behind him. It's this youngster of Foot again. One of the hottest properties in the VCT EMEA right now that has given them an 11th round.
Everything was going so well, Tom, until Foot decided to dump all over the map. Those ults came through. The little homie came in. It wasn't even needed. Look, it's so quick. A little tap on him. An afterthought. The showstopper from miles away.
The thing is, if he got headshot himself there, that would have been so silly. But it is just the fact that he doesn't miss. He doesn't miss those.
Deafening inside that watch party for Foot with 2 rounds left to go. It's only going to get louder. A timeout called by BBL. This is their second. Foot have yet to touch theirs. So if that comeback does begin, they've got time to touch base and make those adjustments. 2 timeouts left for Foot, 2 rounds left as well. BBL need a solution here and now.
Yeah, it's definitely been more competitive than what we've seen in some of their previous buy matchups, but being competitive for the most part isn't going to matter. If they lose both maps, or the both first 2 maps, they are out. And Liquid will take their spot at the very last second. Everything will have aligned for them to go through. If BBL win a map, especially with how close this first one has been, that will likely be enough to send them into the playoffs. And I'll be honest, the spot I think they deserve. They have been fantastic in this split. I think they've had many doubters. I'll put my name in the hat as one of them. But they have shown up. Beaten some good teams, beaten some great teams. The only team to beat Na'Vi. That's absurd, like, with how good Na'Vi have been. And obviously the other thing for Foot here as well, I want to mention again, they will overtake Na'Vi if they win this series. I think that's a 2-1 as well. They don't even have to 2-0, and they'll be the #1 team in their group.
It really does break my heart a bit, Tom, because look, I'll level with you. I would be happy if Liquid made it to playoffs, but the reality is, with the year that BBL have had, so far, the stage even, they deserve it. They deserve it more. The games that they've had have been impeccable. They've surprised me on levels I was not ready to be surprised by BBL on. And that Na'Vi game as well. Like, there's just been, for them to have all these accolades and potentially miss out on playoffs, it seems like a crime. But it's a reality that they're now facing 11-7 down map 1. Not a lot invested into this one, but they've made it work before.
Was that his teammate's nade? I'm looking at where C-Dead is. I don't think he's got a lineup from there.
He also still has his nade.
That also does it. You never know, though. He's about to get 2 kills. They just gave him in advance.
Kushner's just used his ult. Showstopper up towards heaven. And sure, it cancelled out of captains from the shadows, but if you're going to offer me a trade from the shadows for a showstopper,
Look
I'll
at the
take
time.
it.
25 seconds left. The
It's on Brave.
positioning of Brave could be everything. They've not checked. They've not checked. He's just going to try and drop the spike. A second player, if he kills the player with the spike, he might just win them the round, but he's only done damage. Still, though, Kushner's now here, waiting with the rifle. First player dropped. Still, that spike is coming, but it's gone down. It's trapped. I think they've just about done enough. It would have to be the kills from Foot, and it is not happening. They managed to win the round purely based off time. Brilliant from BBL.
It might look silly. That showstopper used, it's burned up for what? For nothing. And we talk about Foot. Oh, when they use those showstoppers, it's a kill every time. That's great. Well, there is a way to win the round without even drawing blood yourself. Gorgeous play from BBL. Brave, any weapon other than the frenzy.
But the thing is, even that just burnt time.
Slowed them down.
It slowed them down. It allowed players into the site. A lot of that came off Kushner, and then just dropping them from the backlines, I think, was Reezy as well.
And the player he tagged down so low was Mr. Fallen, who gets one shot by a Sheriff. And that's why the spike goes down. If he doesn't hit those shots, if he doesn't even do the damage, and so on. What an incredible round and a narrow margin to stay alive here. 3 rounds in between them. And BBL back on that defense, sitting down, waiting for the aggression. They're not going to go pushing forward, giving advantages. They just won off of time. Let's see how Foot respond to it. They don't seem to be quickening their play at all.
No, I don't think Foot are going to swap things up. I think they're going to look at that as a blip. They lost to what was a Viper's Pit thrown in and a showstopper. Like,
true.
2 things that are not available in this round. And to just try and blitz when you know your opponents have, firstly, the utility to slow you down, but also now the weaponry. I think that would be an oversight. An oversight that Mr. Fallen as an IGO is not going to allow.
Mosh and nade for backside, but the corner's still wide open. CNED out there on his own. Brave is isolating duels. The spike retrieved, but a 2 versus 5 after the chaos of initial engagements. Yedeje,
30 seconds left.
He's still here with his teammate Cracks. They've grouped up. But finding this round now seems very difficult with 20 seconds to get that spike on the ground. It looks like the call might just be another save. This attacking side conceding a round to BBL and putting 11 to 9 on the board. Tom, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a pause out of Foot, because this gap has now narrowed massively.
Yeah, I think it might be a moment for guys to try and talk things through. I think also just a lot of what this B-site defense has been is the interplay between Brave and Reezy. I think their timing on when they peek off the flashes or off just players diving through is sublime. Like, Brave is so good at just finding angles to isolate fights, but he knows that other positions are being held by teammates at the same time. He's had a real resurgence in this map now, moving right up the board. And well, there you go. That is the Foot timeout. Still not getting too far out of control just yet, and obviously for them, less pressure. I do think it needs to be stated that first place in the group is a massive difference. It is, firstly, you skip the instant elimination stage. That is the first couple of matches, is you lose and you are out. At least if you finish first, you lose, you're still in the lower bracket. You get another opportunity to try and fight. Also, if you go into that first matchup, I believe you win 1 game and you've made it. You're already going off to Masters. So you skip some of the most dangerous matches and you get very high likelihood of making it over to China, which I'm sure after not being able to make it, being in the group of death at kickoff, where the only teams they lost to were the teams that made it to Madrid. That's got to have a sort of bitter taste in the mouth of Foot, and I'm sure they're going to be wanting to get as close as they can to make it to another international, because they are a team that deserves to be there.
Oh, some good news for those of you out there, maybe some bad news. No tiebreakers will be in play today. It's being confirmed now by BBL finding enough rounds, so there's no BO1s after. We're all going to be decided after this one. And for BBL, 2-round gap. They have done a fantastic job of pulling this game back in their favor after losing the pistol as well to start out this half. I thought that could have been Foot running away with it. But BBL now in a very winnable position. They forced Foot to call a timeout this round. Sees weak weapons across the board. 3 pistols in play for Foot. And just those 2 rifles that they saved over that will be carried through. Still, there's a lot of danger. And this is a round that BBL have to approach with an element of caution.
Right there.
Again. Just those couple of weapons to play with. It's a freebie though. Elite gives that one up. That gun can quite easily be retrieved as well, especially with 3 pistols in play. This definitely makes things dangerous. Kushner is going to try and make a move off this. The nade could be catastrophic in terms of the damage, but it's not going to go in time before the wingman plants. An after plant, an extra rifle found. This is truly dangerous for the side of BBL. Reezy's almost dead too.
Only guy that can't get healed back up as well, and now he's the last man standing. What a response from Foot, with mostly Sheriffs in play. They somehow find one of the most convincing rounds in recent memory combined. What?
Just seen Emil clapping in the crowd. Like, yes, so was it.
They should have some honorary Foot merch for this game.
Yeah. Wow, 12-9. I don't know what guys said. I'd love to hear it. I'm sure it was inspirational because that was about as clean as a low buy round as it's ever gonna get. Still though, BBL have the finances to buy back up again. Pora one of his ult, Reezy 2, Operator for Kushner as well. Could be a game changer, and already that's Yedaje gone. He's been a nuisance in showers in the majority of rounds.
That's a huge player to take down as well. You're opening up this sight line for your operator. Without that Viper wall in play, they can't cross all too easily. And at the moment, you can see that's all they're waiting for. Smoke down. Ada Captain at least able to block out some of these angles. Get them closer to the site. Perhaps the drawing rotations in, still the option to rotate with that teleporter in play. Brave is on his way. Flash is good, they can take some deeper control, and up top, CNED catches Kushner. The battle of the races goes CNED's way, and he's inspired to keep up the fight. Even throwing a Thrash into this, and it's caught them. No, it hasn't. It didn't, they destroyed it just in time. Okay, it's not gonna run the clock down that much. They still have the disadvantage on the way back through. The defuse to be found, the stun going in. And the players not yet found. Ada Captain isolates a 1v1, loses it. Reezy on another Mr. Fallen though. He's being quiet all map. And now he steps it up for the double. Elite, the last man standing, caught off guard by CNED on the off angle. Behind the boxes, he strikes for the 13th round for Foot. One map down, but that's their pick, Tom. Up next is Icebox, and BBL chose it. That's where they're going to try to get their map on the board and keep playoffs alive.
They need it. They need to get that dub under their belt, otherwise they are going to be falling out, and Liquid will take their spot. It's a fight for survival now, as BBL look to take the next map.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I'm think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, day, 7 days. Are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl. You're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Taken their map pick 13-9 here on Bind. I'm Ash and I'm joined here by Carmine Core's very own Tamazi. How are you feeling about being on the other side of the stage today and in the crowd?
It's a great feeling, and when I'm watching Foot winning, I'm happy and happier, so it's great.
Okay, I don't even know what to say to that one. But obviously you and Carmine Core are rooting for them to win. We saw a very comfortable Bind coming out from Foot just now. I think a lot of that had to do on defense. They had great showers control. What else do you feel attributed to their success here on map 1?
I think they played really great in defense. I think they adapted pretty well to BBL game. And on attack, I think in the last few rounds, I think Mr. Fallen gave really good calls, going contact short, because they were putting pressure on B and Power was rotating CT to help on B. So I think it was really good adaptation calls by Mr. Fallen. So yeah, I think they played great.
Okay, you love to hear it. And I mean, we do have more maps to come, right? Are you expecting a 2-1 or a 2-0?
No, 2-0.
2-0. You want it easy. You want it quick. You guys, you're a Turkish fan today for sure. And I'm also wondering, when it comes down to the fact that now the pressure is on not you guys so much anymore. You're not playing any more games. It's really relying on the results coming out from a different team. How does that feel for you and the rest of the Carmine Core boys?
I mean, it's not that pressure. For me, it's completely fine, to be honest. Yeah. I'm just watching, chilling in my chair at home, just watching. I think it's a good feeling watching this type of level in EMEA. I think the level is getting better since kickoff until now, so I'm happy about it. And it's great to watch these teams playing, so yeah.
Well, you love to hear it. If you had anything to say to the Foot players right now, if you could give a word of encouragement here, Tomasi, what would you say?
Let's go Foot, and it's basically that. Let's go Foot, let's go 2-0, and yeah, it's basically that.
It's simple, just simple today.
Yeah, simple. I trust on them.
Are the rest of the Carmine Core boys here today too?
Yeah, Shin, Zeish, Magrum, they're here. So we are supporting Foot. So yeah, let's go.
You guys have any plans to go and celebrate if they end up winning tonight?
No. Full focus in the grind.
Full focus in the grind. You absolutely love to hear it. But I appreciate the time that you've taken to do this interview with us. I hope you enjoy the rest of the games. And of course, I'm a Carmine Core fan, so I also hope that Foot wins tonight. So you guys just take it away.
Thank you.
KC, Ash, Liquid, they're all in the crowd praying for BBL's downfall. And this man, CNET in the AIM Labs warm-up as well, has been one of the reasons as to why Foot has taken map 1 against BBL. I have to throw out a Forza BBL there because, Vlad, it doesn't seem like a lot of people actually want to see BBL win here.
Take a look at him. He's playing so good.
He's in the zone.
We kind of jinxed it. He played Raze much better than anything else. We used to see him playing Jet a lot, and right now he's showing off his best of Raze skills so far. And we mentioned it. Together, he had maximum kills in 4 rounds. He had 3 kills. Awesome job. But he's also joined by Cracks as well. Between them, they have build up to 45 kills each. In total.
I mean, not much you can do against a style like that. But also, CNET, not the usual suspect in terms of the first engagement, but was always trading, was always bringing them back from 4v5 situations. The question is, can he do this on Icebox? Because as we head to Icebox and take a look at the agent select, they are going to bring back the Killjoy. They weren't running the Killjoy before. Is this a good idea?
Yep. I think it's a good idea because E2J is a really solid guy, and against Team Liquid, they kind of suffered a lot from chain rotation when they don't have exact Sentinel agent. You have to take a look at you're behind every single time, and bringing up Killjoy rather than Sage is always more safe choice.
I mean, this is the thing though, still no Sage. I don't know, I feel like the Sage still brings a lot of value, especially on this map. They might struggle with planting, perhaps, you think?
For sure, but CNET is actually dashing it. I mean, it's going to be like crazy, especially for defense.
Well, no Enzo here to do the toss. I'm sorry about that, Mitch and Tom. But if Foot do win this next map, Liquid will be going to playoffs.
Well, a 2-0 for Foot. It's a win for them and a win for Liquid too. Thank you for the analyst desk, Sue. And listen, as we get into this matchup, it seems like Foot have solved some of their problems. Up against Vitality, there were issues, fair to say, when it came to this map. But I think having the Killjoy in here, Tom, it solves those issues at least.
It solves those issues, yes, but it may create a few more. Because obviously losing the Sage is not going to allow you to have the same ease of getting into the post plant. So I think that obviously the way that they're going to play this is have Cracks be a little bit more aggressive and proactive in the way that he's going to play the attack, look to try and take more space. And he's a fantastic entry when he plays this KO as well. So it may not be the biggest issue. For now, though, we'll have to wait and see. For BBL, survival now on the line. Their shot at playoffs disintegrates if they lose this map. And if the numbers aren't incorrect, if they win this map, they make it.
Well, that's it for BBL. I think you have to imagine the pressure that these players are under. Now the reality really starts to set in, but they're not playing passive and waiting for their opponents to make a mistake, make a move instead. Going for some mid-aggression. Hadn't seen anybody there, so the rotates are back, but these players are close on hand to maybe try to pick off some of these A players. So the shock dart's good for Mr. Fallen, but he dodges the next one. 50 HP, just about holding on to life. And this squad for Foot about to be pressured on with Paranoia coming through, and out of Captain caught down below, but there's support from Mr. Fallen. Pora, the one to pick up both those kills. Damage done to CNET. Little Cracks will avoid as any further damage with the decay disintegrating. He swings out, catches one, right clicks from Brave, not landing, and the wall up, and Brave attempt from Pora, but it's not going to work out. Too many players surrounding him, and a pistol under the belt of Foot.
That's a good start for their side. I definitely think they're going to have a safer time when heading into the A side. I think that's the general census when it comes to Icebox. But without that Sage Wall, it definitely becomes a lot easier. You're still going to have so much utility to clear all of these sort of safe corners that teams might like to look to play in off angles. You got Snakebite, Shock Darts, Nano Swarms, Fragment. Like, you got pretty much everything you could ever need. You also got CNED. That's just another piece of utility.
It helps. It helps, doesn't it? Yeah, CNED playing the Jet as well. Difference in compositions, right? For BBL, actually taking space is going to be that little bit more complicated, whereas CNED here, he's going a bit more direct, dashing in.
We've seen this Omen before, and it definitely, at times, has been very hit and miss. Paranoia is great. Smokes for extra space, fantastic. But the loss of movement or aggressive movement can be a big problem. So we'll see. I think that's mainly going to be a problem when it comes to going into the attack.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, here they only have classics. That's why Mr. Fallen's having such an easy time picking them off. And finding himself his ultimate in the process. Hunter's Fury online for next. Out of Captain, finding the final. 2-0 to start this one out. And a big round for Foot. Not only an Andalucia flawless, but like we said, Hunter's Fury farmed up on the back of it.
Yeah, and they'll also do the same as they always do. Yedajay had a pistol. He now invests back into a rifle. So it's going to be a 5-rifle buy alongside the ultimate. So if anything, okay, sure, it is the argument of the Bulldogs versus the Vandals/Phantoms on the other side. But that ultimate could end up padding the gap. For now, though, it looks like they're setting up early. Potentially just fight for the orb on B. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go that way, but it might just force Brave back a little bit further.
It also means the pressure is on for him. If he decides to stay aggressive after the drone's gone through, which he doesn't, concedes the space. At this point, though, you start to think Foot are not just looking for that orb. The knife has gone down on Yellow, but the players flooding the site is more so what gives that away. A plant all ready to be secured. Now we can see the advantage of having that Hunter's Fury late. They are still fighting, still pushing. CNED alongside Ada Captain are in the spawn almost, and now looking to fight back. It's almost like they're the defenders attempting a retake. Their own little fight, their own battle supported by spams out of cracks through walls and walls. They're finding all the kills. Oh, a disaster for BBL. Kushner barely even gets his gun. In fact, he doesn't get a chance to shoot at anyone. Hunter's Fury, Tom, wasn't even needed.
No, that's a very bad sign early on. Like, did you expect Foot? They are the sort of team that can steamroll absolutely anyone. Funnily enough, one of the teams that is currently rooting for them, they steamrolled earlier in the tournament, which is definitely a weird turn of events. But that's the thing, it is a team that can just go crazy, but you expect with all that extra utility, all that extra delay.
Right here.
But Foot didn't care. They disrespected every single piece that was thrown. Plant came in so quickly. That's meant to be more difficult, by the way, without the Sage. They made it look very, very easy, especially towards that B site, where, again, you'd have the expectation of there be snake bites to stop them getting the plant. This time, it does seem like BBL are going to be a bit more aggressive with their utility, but unfortunately they don't have the guns.
Yeah, even Brave, Stinger, not really going to be able to do much from that position. Tags are decent, especially considering the weaponry in play. I mean, those are Sheriffs tapping through that smoke. But again, following up on the back of it will be tough. If they could get the Hunter's Fury out of them, they'd be delighted this early on. This is really a round where I don't expect much from this side. Some aggressive stances, but again, that's because CNED can just get out of there. Good spray out of cracks, farming up orbs, and just like that, it comes to a conclusion. Convincing one for Foot. 3 players left alive. Ults farmed up as well, getting a lot of those orbs. With a 4-0, basically flawless start. Economy sky high. You have to hope that on the opposition for BBL on this defense, that this is the round where they find an answer. Because if they don't, this is going to very quickly spiral out of their control.
Yeah, this was a map as well that I feel like a lot of people had some expectations that they might end up banning this. That is a roar.
That is a roar.
But the fact is, Foot have come in with a game plan. Right now, BBL still trying to react. Okay, they want those openers. That's what they're going for here. And CNED, he uses the disruption to his advantage. Pora, they know he's here already. This is already just falling apart completely. Finally, Elite drops somebody on the side of Foot as they're looking to retreat. He's going to try and catch him, and while Cracks has won that battle as well. Now there's even a hesitation for Foot going, well, we got another kill. Do we just go back towards the A site?
I mean, really take your pick. Probably, I'd like to see them grouped together in the death ball, but with how things have been going so far, sure. Let's try and make the individual plays. Ada Captain's low, has a Viper's Pit, and just wants to secure some extra space, sees backside clear, and now the call is set. Plant up on A, and allow the late lurk of Yedajay to come through. Ada Captain can catch him on the way in, Yedajay will catch him on the way out.
It's a save.
Ooh, yeah, okay. I see for a second Kushner starts stepping forward, but he's just trying to catch an angle with the op and eventually decides to give them a little bit more room to work with. So back towards Yellow, and I would assume that they will carry these weapons forward. Even then, bridging all those gaps is going to be tough.
This is a really bad sign for BBL. As mentioned already, they are in one of the weirdest scenarios we've seen, where if they win this series, they finish top in their group. If they lose 2-0, which they are currently on track for, they are out. And Liquid take their place.
Right here.
It is not a scenario we've seen before, and it is not one I think we're likely to see again. And it's not getting any better for them. They know where this last man is, and even though Yedajay walks out without his gun ready, Mr. Farlin is 5-0. The loss of guns for Foot means absolutely nothing. They are stacked for cash, and their opponents are left in the bin. A couple of players yet to even get on the scoreboard, Mitch.
For a split second, did he think about knifing him?
I think he pulled out Sheriff.
It was knife then Sheriff. Maybe it was a misclick on the Sheriff initially.
I don't think so.
Look at it, knife in hand, and then he switches over. That would have been crazy. He's got an up, I'll jump around him. Oh, I don't think they need to disrespect him any further. It's 5-0 in the lead. And Foot, they've got big ultimates online. We said Adacaptan last round managed to get the Viper's pit in play. Null command for cracks. And yeah, BBL have some of their own, but they've struggled to get anything done.
One. He just picked up an orb over on A that got him the Hunter's Fury of his own. So again, one of the major problems should be getting the plants, and especially with the Hunter's Fury, that's definitely going to make things a little bit more awkward, though he is on the other side of the map. And you can see again from Foot, they are more than happy to just take this control. I almost feel like at this point BBL might be showing them a little bit too much respect.
Maybe, and that could be their problem in some games. We see this team consistently in series and in maps be slow to start. We looked at the percentages, it's always like the late half, the kind of second quarter that they manage to find the majority of the rounds. Hunter's Fury, it's not. It's caught Mr. Fallen. The spam from Kushner off the back of the reveal works perfectly. Null command burnt up right here and now. Plan has been secured, and now the fight back through the pit's going to be tough.
But that's the problem. It was meant for plant denial. It hasn't worked out. CNET just went sliding away, but he's still been caught. The best scenario we've seen so far for BBL. Adacaptan is already tagged desperately low within this, but the time is ticking. They need to get a move on. They're hoping to try and find someone. The dart has revealed, and that leaves just one in Adacaptan. He's managed to dance his way around. He's trying to deny the defusal, and he found a couple of kills. I don't know how he's managed to do this. Adacaptan has just pulled off maybe the most ridiculous clutch we've ever seen. How has he done that?
Utterly speechless. We need a replay. Cue it up. Get it up there.
The thing is, we saw it from his POV, and I still don't believe it. It's
I need to see this a second, a third, a fourth time.
He was, I think, 36 HP.
Out of ammo.
He doesn't hit the shot. Then just goes with the shorty. Gets both players. It's ridiculous.
Look at Yedajay. Yedajay's been breaking the sound barrier down on the stage when they win rounds conventionally. I think that microphone's going to need a swap out. It's a tactical timeout from BBL. Wouldn't be surprised if it goes into a tech. Someone must have broken something. It might even have been me. I need to check this. Holy!
Well, I think Adacaptan broke his wrist. I don't know how he's done that. But that's the thing. If I go back throughout the season and I question how a man has done something, maybe with a pistol.
Look at that face.
I almost imagine Emil sat in the crowd right now going, now you know how it feels.
At least it wasn't a classic, Tom. It was a shorty.
No.
He probably wouldn't win it.
Slightly more expensive pistol with only 2 bullets in it. Yeah, sure, okay.
A few hundred credits makes all the difference, Tom. Less embarrassing. Oh my goodness. I mean, to be honest, the BBL pause, it might even help out Foot just to calm down the heart rates a little bit. I'm almost shaking after that one. I can't imagine how they feel. Adacaptan is 10-2. Foot are 6-0. And we say BBL are slow to start. Well, that could have been the round that put them right back on the horse.
That should have been the round.
That was the round. That was the round.
No, could have. It definitely was meant to be. But Adacaptan, again, one of the most enjoyable players to watch. One of the friendliest guys and an absolute demon in the server. He's kicked things off versus Pora. Again, the finances not in a good position for BBL. They've got a lockdown, but you have to remember ults were committed in that round as well. There's so many negatives to what we've just witnessed. Breezy hasn't managed to get anything. Kushner, however, has, and he's actually making a good go of this. In fact, they're looking for an instant response. 5 HP though. Getting out of his important. Teaming up with the rest of BBL. He's still actually fighting and he's going to go down for it.
Oh, this is dangerous. They can decide to push this on the side of Foot, but right into Elite's Sheriff. Beautiful shot. Recon just to check. There's no flank waiting to catch him. He's going to have to run, but he'll make it. out of there just in time, but the mid flank is watched by Brave. There he is. Mr. Fallen spotted him. Brave knows he's been seen. He'll start to back off. Taking this fight together is so important. This is a clutch that they cannot lose on the side of BBL. After that previous round as well. Mr. Fallen, he was slow on the first map, like we said. He wasn't fragging out, but now 8-2. Starting to find his groove. They've split up on the side of BBL. 2 1v1s on offer, but time is going to be the real issue. 12 seconds to get onto that B site, find the plant, and these players are close by. In fact, a perfect angle found by Elite. 1 round on the board for BBL. It's taken a while, but it always does with this team.
Yeah, they should have won the last one, but they probably shouldn't have won this one. So I guess balance is restored. A huge round from Kushner with that rifle. Being able to battle and brawl and the pistols playing a part as well. Even still, it is just 1 round on the road to recovery. As we've already mentioned, this map for BBL is everything. For Foot, not so much. Foot, if they win this series, they're top of their group. Lovely. Happy. They get to skip that stage. BBL, they lose this map, they're not even in playoffs. They win this map, and they are. It's as simple as that.
There's a part of me that wants to see this series even just conclude on a third map, second map, wouldn't matter to me, but these two teams...
The other part is a Liquid fan.
That's the bigger part. But it would have been, could be even beautiful if we end up there. For now.
No real damage in. Again, that Hunter's Fury is available for Mr. Fallen. He's already going to be falling back. He's going to use it preemptively. They like to do this with disruptive plays, but the flash only catches 1.
It's not enough for them. Foot have time on their side, but the advantage for BBL as they look to fight close, spam through, catching Yedije. Kushner, and Shrouded stepped up top. Good position to play from now as they can just smoke off this choke point and start the defuse halfway already, and the kills keep flooding in. CNED's the last man standing, and he has no chance to deny this. In fact, almost just trying to save the weapon right under their nose. And it looks like he'll get away with it too, just in time. He revealed his hand in the last second.
Hey, just us 6 Turkish guys hanging out, all BBL players. Did you say 6?
I'm with you guys, I'm with you guys. Yeah, I'm your Jet, don't worry.
Hey, you remember BBL CNED? That's a blast from the past.
Quite a while.
6-2. Slow to start. But they're getting there. Couple of rounds back in a row. Of course, finances, they've been dented now at least. CNED 1 away from a Bladestorm. Res still available for Pora, but it's so situational. Reezy again has managed to take that orb. They haven't really challenged that on the side of Foot. He's been able to build that orb almost all the way back up from the crazy round they lost. Just a couple ago. And already a pretty decent read. A 4th player looking like he might even be able to rotate in or at least play in mid. They're in a great spot here, BBL.
Even taking fights from around these positions that they're currently in is fine. Poor is the one guy I don't want to see go down, but that res in the back pocket for Foot taking space and playing post plant isn't even the main name of the game. Right now they're trying to fake this out, trying to make some noise so that Yedije can catch any flankers, any over-aggression on the side of BBL, but the rotates have come in through spawn, keeping mid secure with the Killjoy utility, and having a second player, a third, in fact, up and around that kitchen area. The rotates back, it's the right read, and the side of A has been left mostly open. The main issue is the time. With 35 seconds left, the fake is being sold now by Mr. Fall, and this is getting them. Just take a look over at the A side on the minimap. You're already seeing Reezy give up control of Heaven. He starts to go back. They're now realizing that the push isn't coming through, that it's probably an A play, but they can't get here in time. Foot have already overrun the site, and now it looks like a plant will come in. The shock darts, we've seen them before. A second one's on the way. Captain's got to move, and he's taken a lot of damage for that plant. Something for BBL to work with as they go straight back in, and a great reveal combined with the paranoia finds the opening.
Cracks with an immediate trade though. Keeps things even. The wall has been problematic for them. The shot's not quite connecting, and they're already getting this one to half. In fact, Reezy's just going to stick it all the way, but it doesn't quite get diffused. It's still left down to Captain. Snake bites have been thrown in. He knows he needs to get up close. He needs to try and find that lineup, but they've got the res thrown in at the perfect moment. I don't know if he's going to be able to stop this. The spam this time isn't enough. He'll kill off Brave, but the round is taken once again by BBL.
You have a wall and body blocks, reses to bring extra players online just to use them as flesh armor. BBL digging deep for this round, but they found it now 3 in a row as momentum swings in their favor. So too does the economy, at least begins to, as we'll start to see some weaknesses coming through on the side of Foot. But it's at a time when we see CNED with a Blade Storm to work with. This will be a different round in the identity of this attacking side. And think about what BBL committed for it as well. The res, the Viper's Pit. They have to dump a lot to find those precious couple rounds.
Blade Storm immediately utilize. It gives them a buy, something extra. Counter smoke to make things a little bit more awkward for CNED, but you can almost see into the mind of the Turkish Jet. There is a temptation to try and make a play off of this. Not right now, though, at least. A few tags hit on either side. But again, look at where the spike is. Currently sat just outside A. This is all a ruse, a plan to try and bait rotations once again, and an aggressive position has been taken by Ada Captain, hoping that somebody goes rotating through the kitchen. The thing is, he knows that that turret is there. Maybe the hope is that Killjoy goes down, he can try and capitalize off the space. But for now, it's just all about patience.
Brave is on the way back towards yellow. This is where the real danger is. The dash has come in and CNED's found him. Yeah, the fight seemed quite telegraphed, and Brave was in the wrong spot to find any sort of success. Ada Captain now breaks a turret, causes them to look the other way, and that's when Mr. Fallen strikes a beautiful trade, even if not intended. But Reezy gets a little bit of his own done. That kill might just set their eyes on the site where they now believe the spike to be around, but look at the flank! Oh, he connects it, and the dart was seen. Yedashay not able to find the shots and bails out just in time. 5 bullets left in that magazine as they attempt to move forward towards this spike. Blade Storm still for CNED. He can get up and above, trying to catch the head of Pora. Can't quite connect, but with Reezy down, there's no diffuser, and there's no one to even attempt it for Pora. Finding both of these players is near impossible, and CNED finds him first. 7-3 now. Foot back on the board, breaking the win streak of BBL.
Yeah, a great round from them. A double pump to start with, faking out that they'd retreated, gone back, end up hitting the site anyway with CNED's entry, but it was actually the double lurk. You had the initial flag coming through from Ada Captain, which once you clear that player, you go, the other one probably isn't here, probably watching the flank, probably making sure we're not coming behind. And then you have that second player of Yedajay wrapping in. That was the big part of the round for Foot. Layers to this attack side. Again, no problems in terms of money for BBO. I think if they can get 4 or 5 rounds, it's not a death sentence. It's still going to be tough, don't get me wrong, especially with the alterations Foot have made to this comp to bring in that Killjoy. The Sage on the defense, not as much of a loss. If they get to 9, I don't know if there's a response.
Yeah, that is where even the pistol could just tip the pendulum in their favor. Alarm bot left behind to cover their flank. No one will be sneaking up. They've watched the Foot demo. The rotates from Foot. They were stacked up outside A. It looked like BBL made the right gamble, but now the B site's the one under threat. The retake setup is going to have to be tested. And perhaps Brave can find a few with the spams through the smoke on the Phantom. Yedajay lurking up on A. Smoke's about to fade, and he's just walked his way through. An ambitious attempt from this man. He doesn't expect there to be another, but he's faded through the smoke. What? And now Mr. Fallen strikes, taking down Brave, who starts to rotate. They think it's A. Of course they think it's A. And that's when they lose their B player, lose their B site, and face into a 5 versus 3 post plan. An absolutely impeccable lurk from Yedajay. Couldn't have planned it any better.
It's like fighting your shadow. You just don't know where he is. You can try and stamp him out, you can try and crush him, but ultimately he's still there, lurking behind you. A nice attempt from Pora to bait somebody into the fight, but they're more than ready for anything else, and at this stage, it just has to be the weaponry. They need to bring something through into the next round. Make sure they can at least get a purchase, and CNED, well, he's on the hunt. Yedajay, as said, he's your shadow, he's behind you. He's the darkness.
They're all over him. Look at that mini-map. Players absolutely everywhere. CNED jumping around.
I hate it.
The human drone again! Such an annoying player to face off against, and BBL are learning that lesson the hard way. 8-3. 3 rounds in a row for BBL. They figured out their defense. They had a formula that was locked in. This round is insane. That smoke just got thrown, Tom.
Oh.
It just got thrown, and he can't kill him because of it. Even then, what impact would that have had with the way they flood this site, find the kill, and leave the player on B caught in the open as he attempts to rotate into what they assume is an A-side hit, because why the hell wouldn't you? Guy just shift walked up underneath heaven. Of course it's an A-side hit, but not this time. Well played by Foot.
It's definitely unfortunate that you can understand why BBL wanted to head into this map, but Foot's attack side has looked impeccable. They did struggle on the defense last time, but as said, we've already seen the adaptations. Nice one from Pora, though. That's a huge double kill. Leaves Mr. Fallen and cracks, and not to say that this time they definitely know it's a hit towards that ace. So that shot dart's going to do the work. At least make things a little bit more competitive. Now, Pora is still here, and he's low. He doesn't have any support. If they swing off this, it would almost have to be, well, yeah, I was going to say a missed shot from the other side. This is starting to get dangerous, Mitch.
I mean, I can forgive him for that, though. That flash was perfect. Now there's no utility left for Foot. Now they have to do it with just the rifles in hand. 20 seconds till Mr. Fallen even has a reveal, and that turret has to be destroyed. Has to be, there we go, has to be destroyed. Had a little bit of armor, I guess. It bought full shields. A lead down to 48. Kushner, though, behind this box. He wasn't able to find value last time. That very same smoke ended up giving them a way back out. Now the jump on top of the box is what takes him down. Elite and Brave, the last 2 players. Okay, Brave, he's played this all round. He's been so slow, so methodical in clearing these corners, and now he's got the timing near perfect. It all depends on which way Mr. Fallen's looking. He's swapping his vision between the 2 angles, and if he turns at just the right moment, he'll catch Brave. BBL, nothing is going right for this squad with Elite on 48 HP, 1 versus 2, and a spike still to be defused. No time and no chance for BBL. 9-3. Foot and Liquid fans alike rejoicing, as this first half seems to have set us up for a 2-0 victory for Foot. BBL have had a phenomenal season, and now they stand in a position where the choice of this series was top of their group or not in playoffs, and the latter is looking so much more likely.
That round was just pure pain. Like, it felt like they just choked it away. Like, the reason I didn't like the position from Pora at that stage is you have a huge advantage. There's no trade. There's no one that can get anywhere near that fight. Leave the position, fall back, play as a team. But instead, it was just isolated fights. You give those isolated fights to the players of Foot, to players like Cracks, Mr. Fallen, you're asking to lose that round, and there have been blunders. Big blunders that might just cost them absolutely everything. We've talked about 9-3 curses, fight backs to write home about, or BBL need to pull off an impeccable comeback. And as said, the problems of this comp before that Foot had diminished. Dart's not going to clear. Cracks are at a captain, but Pora has at least done a little bit of extra damage. Getting themselves further forward, but not committed to that plant just yet. He's still got the wall available to him.
BBL would be finding a record, I believe, if they lose this one, Tom. No team who's played 2 games in the week has lost both games. What a time.
It's not a record anyone wants.
No, I don't think it's one they're aiming for.
No.
Especially after the season. What a heartbreak it would be. It could be, and it might be. Plan to come through, Pora barely dodging that. Shock dart, but not the right click. Ada Captain's caught him with that. Advantage now to Foot. They found the pistol round to start this out, and by God, BBL need the pistol round to at least give them that leg up in this half. They're always slow to start, not just in maps, but in halves as well, and they cannot afford for that trend to continue here. 4 players fighting this choke point. Flash is good, but no follow-up on the back of it. Reveal, catches CNED, wallbang taking him down. Cracks, though, backing him up on the side angle. CNED 7 HP, and he's gone running in! Just CNED things. 10 rounds now for Foot, and they don't lose a single player on the way back through. If that's not a death sentence for BBL, I don't know what is.
I'd love to know like a stat of like his headshot percentage once he's below 10 HP.
It's insane.
It's 100. It's 100.
I think you're
swear.
right, Tom.
Like it just seems like the second that happens, CNED is just truly unstoppable. Oh, he actually did get a body shot there. 98%.
Stats don't lie, but Tom does. That's what I've learned today.
10-3. Heartbreak looking more and more likely and a top spot in the group for Foot. The Na'Vi fans won't be happy either.
Right here.
I get to watch them play potentially a little bit more, but that's about the only positive.
I'll never say no to more Na'Vi VODs. But ahead of an international event, I think that's the last thing they want.
Toxins going up.
Also,
10-3.
single elimination. I don't think anyone wants that.
Very true.
Foot might avoid that.
And BBL a 4-spot here, Tom. The attacking side wants to move into A and find success here. They could have played 11-3 and fought with rifles, but their best chance is to interrupt them here and now through a smoke. Mr. Fallen picks up the first. There's another. As Ana Captain eliminates Brave Viper Util down and out. Post plant ability, not even worth talking about because they have to get the plant down first. And the spike is in the open. They're about to swing 3 players from Foot on the back of the side, and a great transfer from Kushner. Good damage, but it's not enough. Not unless Elite can pull out a 1 versus 4. Ada and CNED, 1 shot to the body, but he won't get a chance. CNED, again on 4 HP, swings in and claims a headshot. There's a bit of a pattern with this guy.
The fact
Wait, he's only got 9 kills. Are most of his kills on this map with like sub 10 HP?
Probably. I was about to say he hasn't really been needed as much in this one. Mr. Fallen 17-7, Ana Captain 17-6. The fact is this team has had depth for quite a while, but the additions they've made have been great. But it's actually the core in this map have been even better. 11-3. Few, in fact maybe just one, have managed to make this happen, and that is not the start they're looking for. CNED immediately pops the head of Pora. And with what they've got in this round, taking an early loss, not what was needed.
He almost gets baited into it as well, Tom. The deep knife means that he can take 1 step forward and not get caught by it. Maybe get a good flank timing, something like that. But he didn't account for CNED being on top yellow, watching the angle, ripping his head off. Weak weapons across the board for BBL, barely any weapons left. Mr. Fall, I don't think he's even seeing these players. He's just spamming it down. Ana Captain's definitely got his eyes on the prize. 12-3, 1 more round to put Foot in a position I can't imagine that I'm actually witnessing. In a spot where they eliminate regional rivals BBL after a lights-out season. BBL being in playoffs 2 weeks ago was no question in my mind that we were going to see it. But here we are.
It's almost, it's bittersweet. They beat Na'Vi this season. They beat Heretics this season. They beat Koi. That was kind of cool. But then they lost to Giant X. That was the map that kind of did them in. That will be the one that probably haunts them. I think facing Foot was always going to be a nightmare. They've started this round off well, though. Very well, in fact. The aggression of the side of Foot for once has been punished. It wasn't much in the last map, and it hasn't been in this one. Mr. Fallen and Yedajaya, the final piece to the puzzle of them getting their first round on this side. Even still, it's easier said than done. He's completely surrounded, so I don't think any miracles will happen this time. Yedajaya hoping to pull off one of his own, but Reezy's quick to make sure that doesn't happen.
12-4, 8 in a row on the attacking side for an overtime to push us to a map 3 and to what was formerly that 82nd province, the Istanbul for them. For BBL, though, that's no longer the case. Even going on to this map, Foot look better on map number 3, and there's a long road to go before they can even consider that.
Yeah, the fact is, for them at this stage, it's irrelevant. The main thing, make playoffs. Anything else is gravy, but for that they need 8 rounds in a row before they can even think about what will happen on Ascent. And I'll be honest, I don't think we're gonna get even close. Foot have been so good. Operator now in for CNED. Hunter's Fury available, and the ult on the other side is a res, so unless it's gonna be an early pick in an awkward position, Kushner is just looking to try and take the fight. as said, on this side, it's always more difficult. Him running that Omen doesn't allow for the same sort of shenanigans we see from the opposing side, and Pora might be going down here as well. He's managed to dodge and survive for the moment.
For the moment, yeah. That moment quickly passed. 3 players staring at him once the wall goes down. Defuse tapped, but not stuck just yet. Foot baiting them into fights. Shot from CNED with the dash on out as they reset. Wanting to go on the back of, I thought, a flash, but no, in fact, it's a nade that gets thrown through. Yedege dropped. Push out of Kushner is perfect. Sure, CNED picks up one, but the time now running low with players still to be found. They're still finding them, though. Spray out of Brave. Good to catch out of Captain and Elites on the off angle for more. There's still some life left in this game for BBL. They won't be broken just yet.
Yeah, onto this attack. They're starting to get there, and the economy isn't going to be there, at least for now. Of course, for Foot, they can take a lot of these rounds quite easy at this stage, and I see CNED having a Blade Storm, and I'm still nervous. Still pumped, at least. That's the good sign. That's the most important thing, really. Is still having that mental strength to look to try and climb back in these rounds. Foot have won a couple of rounds that they never should have had. The round of Anna Captain in the Viper's Pit, the 2 versus 4 that ensued towards the end of the half. And now it's all about trying to stabilize, trying to get back some of the magic that we've seen throughout the entirety of this split. Foot have had a blip or 2 of their own, but their season has been sublime. And while this man up close, he should be dead, but you always question if he's going to pull something off.
To be honest, it's CNED I look at in this round with the Blade Storm. Everybody else can do damage. They can pull them off with just Sheriffs, but these rounds with the Blade Storm is where everything can go right for CNED. No updraft to work with, and he, well, 1 of 6 knives was out. The wrong one, though. Kushner able to find that. Now up top, following up on another 3 kills for him, and it looks like they've locked in the anti-Thrifty. With only damage being the name of the game, and one that won't really matter at 12-5.
For it looked like he was going to try and fragment the dart. I'm like, I would be very impressed. That's a lineup I don't have. 12-6. 3 in a row. Twice that needed. Just to take us to overtime. But we are starting to see some of those stars get some of their flair back. Kushner climbing that board. Every round that passes, we need to see the best we've ever had from him. And we need some of the other stars to wake up. Elite's been a little bit more quiet than what we've seen throughout the season. He was top rated in the whole tournament going into this match. CNED was behind him. I say was because I doubt he is anymore, especially after map 1. I can't believe he stuck this.
At 12-6, sticking this ult all the way through. It's being watched. Ada Captain knows this is a possibility. Fighting up close, Yedege. Not expected after CNED's initial kill, and they make it out, avoiding Kushner. They're watching their back. They're aware that this is an angle he could be on, and it's all down to the timing. The swing from CNED gets the trade. The advantage stays in their hands. They made the mistake of tagging him down to 20 HP. That's where he's been hitting every single shot. He's been unkillable. Once he goes low, the ult is used to finally deal with CNED, to equalize the numbers, and perhaps get them a plant through on this side. Shock dart. Oh no! Pours down in the open. That's the spike. I mean, they can just about reach it by the looks of things.
I got the spike.
And they will do just that. But the advantage given away, and Yedege has ultimate online. The lockdown could be used at any moment just to force these players back with 40 seconds left. Time is a big deal for BBL. They can't go rotating to the other side. Commitment to this plant and post plants. They want to pick ahead of it. Razy can't find a single player. Backs off with the reveal. There'll be no further utility in play with that knife. Catching both. Nice shot for Cracks. Trying to get ahead of the fight was Elite, but it's too little too late. 13-6, 2-0. Foot finish on top, and with that, BBL's playoff chances are ruined. They are down and out despite an incredible season, Tom. They've been robbed in the very last match of regulation.
Well, the fact is, at the early ages of Valorant, there was a crown on the top of BBL's head, but the fact is, it has moved over to Foot for quite a long time now. This team has been the best in Turkey and one of the best in EMEA for a long, long time, and they deserve their #1 spot, and they will take it into the playoffs. Obviously for Team Liquid, some smiles. It's a nervous way to get through. It took miracles within the whole of the day, the whole of the week, for them to make it. Now they've got to get back to work.
Well, the golden path for Team Liquid unfortunately led straight through BBL. They've been flattened by that squad, and now playoffs are decided. The fact that we go all the way down to the very last match to decide it as well.
The last map.
The last map,
the last
indeed.
map.
A number of rounds in the difference, but that's all it takes. BBL, great signs though for their next split.
Yes.
They've got enough wins under their belt that playoffs is not canceled out for them, and they've certainly earned the respect of not just Foot, but of EMEA as a top contender for the future. But for now, it's all about Foot.
Yeah, the fact is, we look back and we look to kick off, the teams that Foot lost to were the teams we sent over to Madrid. We were worried about how this year was going to look, but ever since then, they've taken one defeat and beaten everybody else in front of them. The leadership of Mr. Fallen, the fragging power of the new youngster, CNED even coming back to a Turkish team. It has been hype to see this roster in such great form. And well, they're so good, they've even taken another team to the playoffs with them.
I can see Foot sending the love into the crowd there. Berger with the love hearts directed towards their fans and towards Team Liquid. Weird turn of events.
It's just Bacon in the corner.
Bacon has no idea what's going on, but he's given it his best try, and that's all you can ask. Hugs for Liquid, celebration for two teams, but not for BBL. A good face, a good showing, especially on map 1. And what a shame, we never ended up going all the way to Ascent. That would have been the way to decide it between these two teams, but Foot, that little bit better. A good sign for them as well, moving into playoffs, because this season has been good for BBL, like we said. Shame to not see them there. But for Foot, it's looking a little bit better. They're looking terrifying now.
Yeah, for sure. No, honestly, a super impressive display for them. I think that honestly, I don't know who's going to be able to stop them in the playoffs. I almost think they might be a shoo-in to make it over to China.
Playing it up. That's what you like to see. They're an excited crowd. They were giving it today. Shout out to the BBL fans as well, because the floor was vibrating in that first match.
Genuinely.
Like unbelievable levels. I felt like I was at a rock concert. But in the end, they couldn't make enough noise to dethrone Foot. Added captain looking cool as they're now in playoffs. It's time to toss this one over to the post plant where Yinsu and Vlad are waiting, and they'll be joined by a special guest, Mr. Charles Neddington.
We will in just a moment. He's been netting all over his opponents. Of course, I'm here with Vlad first here in post plant. Somebody get Bacon out of that crowd. I feel like he blended in so well.
He doesn't even know what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, explain that. What were they doing? Is that like a chant?
Yeah, it's like a chant, like 1, 2, 3, Foot. I mean, like footballist. Football is it's a huge chant for football teams and their fans as well.
Oh, like, so it's like a tradition.
This is when you do shh, 1, 2, 3, footballist. Footballist. And
who
then
are we
everybody go crazy, like jumping all around.
Who are we shushing? Are we shushing them?
Like
or?
The guy, whoever does 1, 2, 3, he shush, and everybody does repeats him.
Okay, I feel like we need to learn this, and I feel like the fans waiting for them in Shanghai has to learn that as well, because after that performance, Vlad, #1 seed in their group, I feel like they might just be qualifying.
They deserved it, right? I mean, they definitely deserved it. After last year, top 8 in Champions, everybody expected them to be this kind of scenario for Foot, right? I mean, they played really good. They did the solid basics good, and CNED popping off like every single time and since he joined Foot. I mean, it was awesome to see both CNED and Foot delivering so nice, but on the other hand, I feel heartbroken for BBL Esports. And
yeah, there he is. I'm sorry, guys. CNED, we must stop meeting like this. This is
every single time.
This is once a week. I see you, and I see you on this couch every single week, and that's because you keep winning.
Yes.
You just keep winning.
It's good to be, it's good feeling to win. and we kept winning.
Yeah, this is the thing though. First of all, Team Liquid winning earlier actually locked you for playoffs.
Yes.
You came into this game without a lot of pressure. So did you know that before you played? And do you think maybe it changed your mindset a little bit?
No, like I think we knew it. We are already in playoffs. Like even didn't Liquid win, I think we were like almost 99% we were in playoffs. So we didn't have a, how do you say, like different mindset. We want to come here and play our best and finished our group in first.
Yeah, you were confident. It sounds like you guys were confident.
Can I say something?
Regardless. Yeah, of course, of course.
I watched the post plan yesterday, and I want to say to Angel and Eric something. Can I say now?
Oh, can we wait? Can we wait? Because I wanna show everybody the question. Because then we can give context to people that didn't watch post plan. You watched post plan, CNET. Okay.
I want to say it because I want Angel
for it.
to watch here, and you know, because he will not watch. Yesterday he said he will not watch after the. You remember? No?
Oh, I remember. It's okay. I'm gonna give. Do you know what? Let's do that now. Let's just shuffle around the order because CNET has a keen viewer of post plan.
Yes.
Absolutely love that, CNET. For those of you that don't know, yesterday we had the coach of Na'Vi, Eric, and the IGL Angel here with us, and they left a question specifically for CNET. So check this out.
Do you miss me? Do you miss me and Angel? Do you miss us? Hello.
Yes, I miss them.
All right.
Yeah, I miss them.
Is
That's
that-
good. Yeah, that's it.
That was your answer. He wanted to do it so bad, and that's his answer.
I mean, is there anything else you want to say?
No, I want to Angel and Eric watch this. You know,
Yeah.
I don't want them to wait for the end of the post plan, and I want to answer them now, so they can just keep doing what they're doing.
You're so wholesome, CNET. Actually, so wholesome. Yeah, of course. I think they miss you as well. You were. I felt like they wanted first seed, but they were kind of like, we think that CNET might win this. But Vlad, before we move on,
yeah.
How is it possible that BBL were in this position last year and Foot took them down and they didn't go to playoffs? And we fast forward 12 months and it's happened again.
I mean, you figure it out, right? I mean, every season, some games you shouldn't have lost, you lost anyways. I mean, against Giant X last week, they lost it. The question was, before that game, is BBL going to be on top of that group or not? And right now, they must be feeling so bad about it. I mean, the pressure built up so high on them, on their shoulders especially. After the first game, I'm pretty sure if they won the first game, they might have won the second, and they might have prevailed anyways, but it wasn't on their day. I mean, they couldn't cope with pressure. I wish they did. I wish they had a map and both Turkish teams would qualify for playoffs. I mean, whoever won, I didn't really care about it. I wish my best to Foot, actually, and CNET is like a brother and friend to me. But I mean, I was really cheering for BBL Esports to get a single map.
This is the thing, I mean, it feels like maybe multiple things went wrong for them last year and today as well. But as a competitor, CNET, how hard is it that every time you step onto that stage, it's like you might not go to playoffs, you might not go to Masters? Because last year, it didn't feel as much pressured, and this year it feels like every map matters.
Like I don't know, I'm not thinking that, you know, too much about that. I'm going that stage and I want to do my best as a player and I want to do the best as a teammate. So like if you lose, then something must be wrong, so we have to fix it. If we win, it's good. We keep going, you know. So I'm not that thinking too much, but yeah, we are playing good. We are a good friend as a outside of the game, and we are having a good chemistry in game. So it's good to win.
It's great to win. It's also great to see you back. Kind of like we keep saying this, like rolling back the year. So many of our players that maybe didn't do as well last year and now back on their form. Your individual performance today was absolutely crazy. When we saw the bind change, because obviously your Sage is legendary on bind. I feel like everybody loves watching you play that agent. But then when you switch over to the Raze as well, at first I was a little bit nervous because I was like, Kushina's Raze is so good. But you just looked so comfortable.
Yeah, I think my race is improving day by day, and I feel more comfortable than the last year and generally. So yeah, if it's good, I can be helpful for my teammate, and it's good to improve as a player, as an individual. So yeah, I am getting better, and who knows, maybe you will see me in the LA Met.
Oh, what did you make of that?
I mean, he has to play Raze, right? I mean, we always seen him as one of the best Jets ever, but he built up Neon, he even played KO when he was playing for Ascend on Bind, right? I mean, we all kind of like out of question. It was a question for us, like, why the hell would CNET would play KO? But he even did that. Like, he can play anything he wants as long as you give him the time to him.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's so great to see you back on form again. Also, obviously, as you know, this is such a big rivalry. You've been on BBL as well. You know how much it means to the fans of both teams and just Turkey in general. The watch parties today was absolutely crazy. I think if you take a look at this, so many people were cheering for you. So how nice is it to see this?
It's very nice. Like, it's really good to play in a Turkish team and like take a support from your own country, you know. Like, of course, I was taking support like when I was in even international team, but right now it's Turkish team. Like, I'm playing for Turkish team, and yeah, Foot has like improving as a fan base like day by day. So yeah, thanks for everyone to come like watch parties or like here to watch us, and I hope we put a good show for them.
You're back home. It feels like, you know, like a homecoming.
Yeah.
You're back. I don't know if you, actually, I'm going to reveal it in just a moment, but first let's take a look at the regular season standing, because with that match, we're done. We're heading to playoffs next. But I just cannot believe, okay, so coming into this week, all of the crazy things that needed to happen. So Koi beating Vitality, Giant X beating BBL, Liquid. Vlad, why is Liquid in there? How did they get in there? What happened this week?
You gotta ask Enzo about it, because he also doesn't know about it, right? He was cheering for esports with his teammates as well after winning over Gentlemates. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting this standings. The question was, is BBL gonna be the first or not? And Fnatic and KC, everybody stood a chance going on top or not even qualifying for playoffs, but unlucky for Turkish scene that BBL, after delivering so nice against Heretics and Na'Vi, they didn't make it.
Hey, but you get Alpha, Rians, and Vut.
Oh,
you get
definitely.
a few more throughout the other teams. Sina, I don't know if you know this, but we are about to reveal the playoffs bracket. So you're about to find out what's going to happen, who you're going to play, and who everyone else is going to play as well. I'm super, super excited about this, of course. With Foot securing Seed 1 and KC securing Seed 1 on the other side of the group, that means you guys and K-Core will be skipping the single elimination side of this bracket, but you're going to be obviously playing the winner of that first game. We have it coming. It's just a second. In a moment, I'm teasing you guys. I'm teasing you. Do you know who you're going to play? You know anything about this bracket?
Yes.
Oh, you know already. Okay. For those of you guys that don't know at home, we are going to start with Fnatic versus Liquid. What is this, 2021? And then Na'Vi versus Heretics. So the winner of Fnatic versus Liquid will be facing KC, and you will play the winner of Heretics versus Na'Vi. Who do you think is going to win that game?
I think it's a very good, very hard to predict it, because like I think both teams are very close to each other. Like right now, like Wood is coming to Heretics. I think they start to adapt with Wood. You know, they were not playing with him. So yeah, who knows?
But,
like
you want to play Na'Vi, right? You want to play Na'Vi?
Every time revenge.
Yeah,
no, like it's just like.
I mean, you either play Na'Vi or you play like Vut and Rians. You know, you have kind of like a little bit of something.
I remember we play with them in like off-season tournament in Red Bull.
Wait, so KC ended first of their group?
I think they were like not. How do you say? Not they were not good as right now. So yeah, who knows? Like if they improve, we can win. But I am thinking we can win against both teams. Like we have to do strong that. But yeah, it's really hard to predict. I think it will depend on the day.
I'm just gonna say, Vlad, I want to see Foot versus Na'Vi.
I mean, first phase of playoffs is gonna be so brutal. I mean, both for Fnatic, Liquid. I mean, Fnatic hasn't been performing their best level of game, and Liquid actually pulled off a great victory today. It's going to be a hard matchup for both teams, but on the other hand, just like CNET said, like Wood just recently joined this team, and Heretics are building up a really nice game plan. And with Wood, they're much more better than the old team. Against Na'Vi, I think Na'Vi has used to be one of the best teams so far in this season for this one.
And then we have,
and it's going to be like brutal.
I just think it's crazy on the other side of that bracket. It's like Durka and Boaster versus Enzo and Mystic, and whoever wins plays Magnum. So it's like all the Fnatic boys are going to have a bit of a reunion, right? What about that side? Do you think who's going to make it through?
Like I think Fnatic has better chance. I put 70% on Fnatic and 30% on Liquid, because I think Liquid, like last game showed them, I think they're keep getting better, because I think in the first games they were shaky a little bit, but now maybe they improve, and Fnatic is also looking like I'm comparing the last year, and they were looking like more shaky. But I will put Fnatic over Liquid.
After everything Liquid did for you today, CNED, he don't care. He said we would have won anyway. We would have won.
Yeah, I still think Fnatic is better.
I think so too. Yeah.
I mean, Liquid has the greater mood, even if they qualify. I mean, Fnatic qualified it, but they only needed a couple of rounds against last team they play against, so they didn't perform good. I mean, in terms of making it to playoffs is a thing, and making into other stages, later stages, it's gonna take much more than that.
Oh yeah, of course. Now, the good thing is, I know you were watching Postplan last night, and you've done this so many times with us, CNED. The next time we see our teams compete, so the next time we have a Postplan, I'm pretty sure it will be the winner of Na'Vi versus Heretics. So maybe we invite Eric and Angel back, who knows, or maybe we get Rians and Vert here. So would you like to leave a question for whoever's gonna win that game? Any kind of question, all up to you.
Okay, it's hard for me. Can I take 5 minutes?
No, honestly,
5 minutes.
It could be about anything. You know, I think in the past, Zeish asked if they liked the food in Berlin. I think we had, what's your aim routine? That was a fun one.
You said it will be the winner of Na'Vi Heretics, yeah?
Yeah, and they're going to play you next.
Okay, so I'm asking them, do you think you can win against us?
Oof. Oh man, I hope we get Angel and Eric back. They're like, do you miss me? We're just like, you're communicating to them just through us.
It's
I feel like a
baby
pigeon.
Steps, you know, baby steps. Like, question, yes,
yeah.
or no.
I literally
another
feel
question,
like a pigeon.
Another yes. That's it.
Yeah.
They will say yes, but yeah, I want to ask them.
It's just going to be a big circle of you guys talking to each other. And a very, very last question. I'm going to ask both of you before we close this out. What's been your favorite moment this whole split before we head to playoffs? What's been the one moment that you felt like, wow, that's memorable?
I didn't really expect BBL to win against Na'Vi, and also Giant X to pull off victory over BBL Esports as well, but I mean, I gotta think about that. That's not so memorable.
It just sounds like your favorite moments are BBL.
No, I mean, I'm trying to think about it, but let's.
Yeah, what about you, Sina?
Like, not maybe memorable, but like in the other group, everyone was 3-3-3. It's look the fun, you know.
You're so real for that.
I can definitely mention something. I think the moment of my most memorable thing is when Wood, on his debut, smashed his enemies. I think that was my thing. You know?
Oh yeah, that was a crazy day, I feel like. Honestly, there's been a lot of moments for me, but every time we have you here, CNED, which at this point is 4, I think you've been on here more than anyone else. We'll probably see you at playoffs again, because I know you're going to win a couple of games there too. Thank you very much, Vlad. Thank you very much, CNED, for joining me. Thank you very much to everybody else as well, and especially you guys at home for watching. We're going to be back for playoffs next Wednesday, starting with Fnatic versus Team Liquid. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you then.
Bye.
Let's go! 3, 2, 1, big one!
been decisive. This feels like it's almost fated.
Tank on the wall.
Maximum, maximum!
And how he's managed to do this, and a captain has just pulled off maybe the most ridiculous clutch we've ever seen.
In play with that knife, catching both. Nice shot for Cracks. Trying to get ahead of the fight was elite, but it's too little, too late.
So that's gonna be it for EMEA. But
I know you're stressing, right? You need some.
it's gonna be it for EMEA for today, for this week actually. We have the playoffs. So it's gonna be KC Fnatic, Navi Heretics, and then the winner of like Fnatic Liquid is gonna go and play KC, and the winner of Navi Heretics is gonna play Foot. I expect Navi to win. And then KC Liquid is more like 60-50, maybe 60-40 for Fnatic, probably. In the meantime, so it's like 9 p.m. my time for me, a little bit for 9 p.m. And the games for NA, there is a game that's like later today. It's at like 2 a.m. So it's in 5 hours. So the question is, do I stream for 5 hours and then stream again for another 3 hours? For at least 2, maybe 3 hours. So that would be like 8 hours. And we already are like 4 hours into the stream, so that's like a 12-hour stream, basically. So 11 to 12 hours. That's the question. And even more important question is like, what do I fucking do for 5 hours? I could play Valorant. I could. I could play some PUBG. I need to look at what games to play. PoE too, but like, I don't know. I feel like in PoE I'm at just a grinding moment, you know? Like I'm able to do tier 16s and shit. And I need to reset my fucking Atlas passive tree. Because my 2 early passive tree... Wow. Sorry, my mic is like... Hello. My 2 passive trees are like kinda cooked. So I would need to like reset them. I have a fresh one, like the third one that I haven't used. But yeah, I need to think of like stuff to farm that I like to farm. Then farm, keep progressing my character, and then maybe try some tier 17 and shit. And go for some achievements. Like challenges. Yeah. Sorry. I'm just not in the mood to play Valorant. I feel like it's gonna be some PUBG. I don't know. I haven't like been feeling like playing anything recently. I don't know why. Maybe I should. I saw that game like Balatro, that poker, roguelike kind of stuff. It's like $12 right now, $14. Maybe I'll buy it and play. Seems like a chill game when you don't know what to play. It's kinda like faster than light and shit like that. or into the breach and stuff, like a little roguelike to play on the side. Could play some Stellaris or some Crusader King. Now let's go play some PUBG. Let's see. Okay. Just gonna change my stuff. What is it? So it's VCT America, week 5, day 1. Right? You guys have the King game. I need to roll my missions. 2 pans, okay. 5 kills. Let's roll that. Do I have a teammate? Nope. Hold up. Boom. Boom. Okay, we are good for PUBG. Now, let me modify my fucking shit. Week 5, day 1 later. Boom. PUBG. Boom. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break. Yeah. I'll be right back.